Everybody. First, I want to say good evening, everybody. My name is Cornita Jordan, and I'm proud to be a fourth-year union apprentice at Local 5 Ironworkers. I'm a first-generation ironworker in my family. My mother is a nurse at the University of Maryland Capital Regional Medical Center here in Largo, Maryland. And my father is a union boiler maker. When I started construction, my employer didn't take me seriously because I was a young woman and stuck me in a truck all day. Luckily, an iron worker saw me looking miserable and recommended I apply to this apprenticeship. I did. And before I knew it, I was at the National Iron Worker Pre-Apprenticeship Program for Women in California. Our labor and management partnership paid the travel, accommodations, food costs for all women across the country to help jumpstart our career in the trades. After 3 years of intensive training, I came home and started my apprenticeship in Local 5. Construction is a career that allows you to self-express. You don't have to hold back your personality. And I love the honest, respectful relationship I have with my crew. I also love the feeling of the achievements. I can walk to the new terminal at Ronald Reagan National Airport and say, I built it. I can point to the shimmering glass windows at DC Wharf and say, I put those in. Private sector developers and contractors use project labor agreements because they want their projects built right by skilled workers and apprentices just like me. That's the goal of the executive order that the president will sign here today, to make sure the federal construction projects are completed safely, on time, and under budget. I know companies like Google, Microsoft, Toyota, and others use PLAs for their construction projects, and now the federal government would do the same. Project labor agreement also have a great record for diversity, helping bring in people like me who've been historically pushed out from the construction industry. This order will help our countries build back better with opportunities for all Americans of every race and gender. I can't wait to graduate from my apprenticeship this summer and to get to work on the big projects covered by this executive order. But first, it's my honor to introduce the man who's going to sign it. He's a lifelong friend of workers like me who believe our best days are still ahead of us. He signed a bipartisan infrastructure law to make this happen. He wants to see women and minorities working on the front lines of these projects and not stuck in the action of not stuck watching the actions from inside the truck. With that, it's my privilege to introduce you President Joe Biden.
That's progress. You know, folks, thank you. Thank you. Before I begin my somewhat formal remarks, walking in here today and seeing you guys sitting on that beam, first local ever to endorse me was a guy named Tommy Schrank in Ellesmere, Delaware, local ironworkers, and asked me to come out to a site. It took me up on an elevator outside, and there's 4 of them crazy sons of guns like y'all sitting having their lunch on a beam, I guess about 12 stories above the ground. You're nuts. Thank God you are. I tell you what, you gotta not only have some brains, but you gotta be coordinated to be an iron worker, man. And I was told that they said, you know, they've done a cutout of number 46, the presidency. I'm the 46th president. And I'm thinking, well, maybe I can take it home. That's solid steel, man. And you guys did that on your time. Well, thank you very much. I'm not going to try to take it home. But look, folks, it really is, it's an honor to be here, for real. And I want to thank your soon-to-be new, full-blown, full-bore iron worker. Marty's already trying to get her to Boston, but that's another thing I got to warn you about. But folks, look, it's an honor to be here with Vice President Harris and with Labor Secretary Marty Walsh, a proud member and former president of Labor's local union 223 up in Boston, and our Secretary of Energy, Jennifer Granholm. Got a few things we're going to build, and I want to thank the Maryland delegation, Ben Cardin, who's been a friend for a long time, and Chris Van Hollen, who's a really close friend, and outstanding Congressman Anthony Brown, and other elected officials that are here. Look, all of whom fight for working people in Maryland and every other state, because if it happens here, it happens around the world, it happens around the country. It's been an honor to be with the iron workers of Local 5, and we talk about building a future that's made in America. We're talking about you. And this time we're going to get it really correct. You know, one of the press persons said to me, and I can't remember who, about 3 months ago, that I don't know if it's factual or not, but he said, you've used the word union as president more than any other president in American history. So let me tell you. I'm not sure that's true, but I tell you what, I promised you you'd have a union president, and I am, because you're the best. Now, we talk about whether, you know, Wall Street built America. They're good folks in Wall Street. They're not bad folks. They're good people all over the country. I'll tell you who built America, the middle class. And the people who built the middle class are organized labor, unions did. That's not hyperbole. That's a fact. That's a straight fact. And the executive order I'm going to sign today is going to help ensure that we build a better America, we build it right, and we build it on time, and we build it cheaper than it would have been otherwise. You know, the executive order is making sure that federal construction projects get completed on time and under budget, saving taxpayers money, clearing construction zones quickly, and ensuring that everything the federal government signs to contract to build is built to last. You guys really genuinely are the best in the world. That's not hyperbole. It's a fact. To do that, we're using a tool that iron workers here know very well, called project labor agreements. I know you all know it, but folks who may be watching this may not fully understand it. Simply put, these agreements that contractors, subcontractors, and unions put in place before a construction site gets underway, before the construction begins. They ensure that major projects are handled by well-trained, well-prepared, highly skilled workers. And they ward off problems. They resolve disputes ahead of time, ensuring safer work sites, avoiding disruptions and work stoppages that can cause expensive delays down the line. And that makes a big difference for the American taxpayer, because when big construction projects are completed efficiently and with the highest degree of professionalism, it's good for the American taxpayer. That's not hyperbole, that's a fact. We don't talk about it, though. We don't talk about how y'all save the American taxpayers money. It's good for families who live in those communities all across the country, with federal construction projects are being built as I speak. And it means that modernization of your local waterways will get done sooner, won't cost twice as much as expected, And when the next storm comes, the power will more likely stay on and homes and business will be better protected from flooding. It means new air traffic control towers at the local airports will be up and running more quickly, so flights are safer at the airports and more efficient. It means new housing will be built on our military bases will be of the highest quality, which these service members deserve. And will hold up better and make life easier for our military families. The executive order I'm going to sign will help diffuse problems before they arise. They're going to improve coordination between contractors, subcontractors, and workers on the job site. It's going to help guarantee a consistent supply of high-quality, highly trained workers. You know, what people don't understand if don't know the industry is, you know, it's like you going to college, kid, 4 years. 4 years of busting your neck learning a trade. This isn't something you walk up and show up a day and you raise your hand, I need a job. You work like the devil for it. Fortunately, you get paid while you're doing it, you're able to do it. But it is an education, full-blown education you're getting in your trade. Well, you have a voice on the work site, full commitment to getting the job done. And it's going to raise the bar on quality for some of those vital projects we're going to be building. And we're going to make sure that federal construction projects are staffed with good-paying union jobs. One of you actually came up to me today and said, Joe, you said you were going to do that, and you're doing it. Well, when President Obama asked me to run the Recovery Act, I made sure every single job I could get was a union job, prevailing wage. Because I've noticed when folks are getting paid a decent wage, everybody in the community does better. Everything looks better. They're jobs you can raise a family on. Or as my dad would say, they're jobs you can put your head in the pillow at night and just have a little breathing room, a little security, a little breathing room. Jobs that can't be outsourced. That's good for nearly 200,000 workers on federal construction contracts right now. It's good for everybody. I don't want to get going because I have to keep you here too long, because you know all what I've said, and you know what I've done, and you know what we're doing, and you know what I know what you're doing. But let me close with this. A week ago, I went to Pittsburgh to tour a former steel mill. It's now a cutting-edge manufacturing research and development hub. Right before I left for the trip, I got word that a bridge collapsed. You saw it on television. It looked as bad in person as it did at the time. The bridge had been rated in poor condition, like, I might add, over 3,000 bridges in Pennsylvania, 45,000 across the nation. It's been rated that way for the last 10 years. When I got there, folks told me something close to a miracle had occurred. Because of a snowstorm that morning, school openings were late and commutes were delayed. So when that bridge collapsed, and it was well over 100 feet off the almost, I don't know the exact, but probably from down to the creek that went over and the ravine, probably a couple hundred feet. When it collapsed, instead of a bus with a couple people on it being packed with school buses full of children, the people on their way to work and the bridge that is one of the busiest bridges. You know, there are more bridges in Pittsburgh than any other city in the world, the three rivers. The bridge was empty, relatively empty. Fortunately, no one was killed. But for a snowstorm, just imagine the challenges we face and the opportunities to build a better America and extend far beyond roads and bridges now that we can know we have to do. We passed that infrastructure bill. But it's not just that. Across the country right now, there are countless buildings, ports, airports, power stations, and other federal construction projects that need to be modernized. and built for the future. We can't count on miracles like happened out in Pittsburgh. Prevent tragedies that are waiting in plain sight. But we can count on what America's always counted on: the American worker, the hardest working, best trained workers in the world. American workers who've given just half a chance have never, ever, 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 ever let their country down and gotten the job done. And that's what this day's all about, in my view. Getting the job done for the American taxpayers. Getting the job done right the first time. You know, folks, there's a law that's existed for a long time, but there's too many exceptions like this one had. And that is that Buy America. As President of the United States, I award contracts, and I'm now making the case, and we're working, it's one of the reasons those jobs are up, is unless the product I'm purchasing for the American people was made in America and all of its component parts were made in America, we ain't buying it. We're just simply not buying it. And what's going to happen here, not a joke, it's a fact. It's not a violation of any international laws either. What we're talking about here, with three exceptions I won't bore you with, and they're highly unusual, with three exceptions, every single project that we're talking about is paid for with federal dollars and it's a federal project. It's going to be union jobs, every single one of them. Last time we tried it, there were so many exceptions, I think only 19, 20 jobs. There are going to be thousands of people put to work. Not a joke. I mean, this is serious. And guess what? The American public is going to be safer. And it's going to be cheaper. Cheaper paying the right wage and the right trained people to begin with. Get the job done right and on time. So I'm about to walk over and sign an executive order. It's going to make that happen. And we're going to start once that order is signed. Just remember, it ain't labor, it's unions. Thank you. Now, usually you have a pen to give out to everybody around you. But we didn't have enough pens to bring with us. So I'm going to sign this order, but you're all going to get one of the signing pens, starting with the Maryland delegation. There you go. Thank you all. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. Walk up to back there.
some more coming. Ms. Meeks. Ms. Newman and Scott. Oops. Good morning, everyone. And it is a very good morning, not only because of the wonderful legislation, the masterful legislation that is on the floor as we speak here and that we will vote on in another hour or so, but we also celebrate 467,000 jobs created last month. We salute President Biden for his great leadership. We salute the private sector for its job creation and working together. An adjustment from the month before, which makes it over 700,000 new jobs. So we're very excited about that because this bill that we're talking about today is a jobs bill for manufacturing in America, making it in America. And I also just want to say that coincidentally, the Olympics opened this morning in Beijing. We wish our athletes well. We salute the president for the diplomatic boycott that has been joined by other countries and the approach that I support. As I say, as I wish the athletes well, I do not encourage them to speak out against the Chinese government there because I fear for their safety if they do. I'll remove all doubt about why I said they shouldn't speak out, because I fear for their safety. So I hope they're safe athletically, politically, and every other way. Now that we're expecting a few more leaders, but here we are, under the leadership of our chair of the Science, Space, and Technology Committee, Eddie Bernice Johnson, and the respect she commands in the scientific community and the academic community, and her great intellect on this subject, that has all taken us to this day. The American Competes Act will ensure that America is preeminent in manufacturing, innovation, and economic strength, and can outcompete any nation. We are blessed by the leadership of 11 other committees working very hard to put forth policies, initiatives that were innovative, entrepreneurial, and we will be, as we go into conference, become law. I want to salute Chairman Peter DeFazio, the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, Frank Pallone, Chair of Energy and Commerce, Richie Neal, Chairman of Ways and Means, Maxine Waters, Financial Services, Bobby Scott, Education and Labor, Benny Thompson, Homeland Security, Gregory Meeks, Foreign Affairs, and also Jerry Nadler from Judiciary, Carolyn Maloney from Oversight, and Raul Grijalva from Natural Resources. Because of the hearings, the meetings, and the negotiations that they had within their committees, hundreds of members of Congress have been involved in putting this legislation together, overwhelmingly bipartisan in its development, regardless of how the Republicans choose politically to vote today, substantively, policy-wise, and our chairs will speak to that. Competes meets the economic and national security imperative of bolstering American manufacturing and workers. First, with the CHIPS, an investment of $52 billion to support U.S. manufacture of chips and semiconductors, which are the lifeblood of modern technology. I asked this question, do you know how many chips are in a car? 1,000 chips in a car. In an electric car, 2,000 chips. So just think of what this is going to mean to the automotive industry when we have domestic, made-in-America chips readily available and not be at the mercy of other countries. The chips are increasingly made abroad, leaving us vulnerable to supply chain issues and higher costs. It's really important to know that this investment will lower cost. Secondly, the supply chain and manufacturing. We have $45 billion support the manufacture and acquisition of critical goods that are essential for our national economy, our national security, and that includes components and products for public health and biological preparedness. It includes information and communications technology. It includes energy and transportation sectors, industrial base, and agriculture and food product supply chains. So this affects just about everything, lowering cost. Third, science and research, again, with the reputation of our distinguished chair, Eddie Bernice Johnson, in the research and academic community. With bipartisan bills, we will be advancing U.S. scientific research and innovation excellence to ensure that we lead the technologies of the future. This is so important because years ago, there was no question we were number one. And then people followed our lead, investments in education and research and development. And then they had lower labor costs, so jobs exited. You may remember, well, maybe not many of you because you're younger, but a number of years ago when I was relatively new in Congress, we had the gathering storm. That call to action from the scientific community that there was a gathering storm of competition overseas and that we needed to do better and do more, and we are. Fourth, leading on the world stage, we're positioning U.S. interests and values to win in the world arena, including holding the People's Republic of China accountable for genocide and using slave labor. This is not just a values issue in terms of human rights. This is a competition issue, making our workers in our country compete with slave labor in China. Again, as the Olympics begin today, I reiterate my concern about and I fear for the physical safety of those who may speak out. I do want, as I said yesterday at the Congressional Executive Commission on China hearing on this situation, I applaud President Biden as I did already. I just want to also add that in our country, we are blessed with a magnificent, and I can speak firsthand about this representing San Francisco in the Congress, the Asian Pacific American community is a vital part of our community. We are talking about American preeminence as we contrast with China. We don't want anyone transferring any of that, as some have done, including the former president, onto Asian Americans in our country. We're proud of Competes. We're proud of our members. We look forward to expeditiously going to conference and hope to hear from the Senate soon. And now I'm pleased to yield to our very distinguished chair of the Science, Space, and Technology Committee, Eddie Bernice Johnson.
Good morning. Good morning. It is a pleasure to be here with Speaker Pelosi and all of the committee chairs who have played an extraordinarily important role in bringing the America Competes Act to the floor. I'm excited that we are voting in the House today to finish this transformative piece of legislation. It has been an honor to join in leading the effort to ensure that the United States is able to compete globally. As chair of the Science, Space, and Technology Committee, we spent long hours, for way over a year, doing the research. And with this legislation, we are making critically needed investments to strengthen our national innovation capabilities. We are building clean energy solutions, addressing climate change and crisis, reinforcing our national security, enhancing our semiconductor research and manufacturing capabilities, and so much more. We're also taking historic and much-needed action to build a strong and diverse STEM workforce, something that I've had as a priority since I've been in Congress. Provisions in this bill were built with rigorous input from the scientific community, industry, academia, and other stakeholders of what we needed to know to address our challenges for the 21st century. I'd like to thank everyone who worked hard, most especially our extraordinary staff and all of the chairs here and their staffs. And I'd especially like to thank the ranking member of the Science Committee, Mr. Frank Lucas, for his partnership on the strong bipartisan provisions that are included in this America Competes. We passed a bulk of bills from the committee with bipartisan support, and most passed the House with overwhelming votes. And so we know that we have done the homework openly and fairly. The bill we are voting on today is critical to the future competitiveness and well-being of our nation. I look forward to its swift passage in the House, and hopefully we'll get a cooperation with the Senate, working with the Senate, and get it to the President in a short amount of time. I cannot emphasize more how important this is for the prosperity for our future in this nation. I thank you, and I now will present to you my distinguished colleague, Chair of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Malone.
Good job, Eddie.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eddie Bernice, and let me thank the Speaker. The Speaker has really gone out of her way, as she always does, to make sure that this legislation moves and gets over to the Senate so we can go to conference. And Eddie Bernice, of course, so much of what we do in terms of our global preeminence and our competition relates to moving forward on science, research, and development in her committee. I just want to talk briefly about the energy and commerce role, if I can. I mean, obviously, as the Speaker said, the idea here is to continue to lead the global economy, and doing that by investing in our workers, our manufacturing, and critical goods, making critical goods manufactured here in the United States. And we know for too long in the last few years we have reliance on goods coming from other countries. And over the last 40 years, America's manufacturing sector has lost market share to economic competitors like China. And that decline, along with the COVID crisis, has led to supply chain disruptions, which everybody's very much aware of. So what the America Competes Act tries to do is to try to eliminate these shortages. And it does that, one of the ways it does that is this $45 million pot of money that gives grants and loans to support supply chain resilience. So if you want to bring back a manufacturing plant from another country to the U.S., we'll help you. And now I'll have a new office in the Department of Commerce to basically deal with that. And specifically with regard to energy and commerce, we try to bolster semiconductor manufacturing, we expand the production of components needed for solar panels, and we improve our medical product supply chain. And we do that by having a specific program to foster, with regard to the production of drugs, what we call continuous manufacturing technology. That's something that we've started in a major way at Rutgers in my congressional district. And we also strengthen and replenish and modernize the strategic national stockpile for both the federal government as well as states. And then finally, we try to do more to modernize our semiconductor capacity. So I wanted to say, with the passage of this legislation shortly, we're going to ensure that America can outcompete, I should say, the rest of the world and end our reliance on other nations for the manufacturing of critical goods. That's basically the heart of this. And with that, I'd like to introduce now the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, who we partner with on so many things with energy and commerce, Richie Neal.
Thanks, Frank. Thanks, Frank, and to the team that's assembled here today. Word of congratulations. Thanks to Eddie for the special efforts that were made. Thank the Speaker for something else that oftentimes is underreported in Washington, and that is, once again, she stood up for the prerogatives of the House, which is an essential part of allowing committee chairpersons to do their work in the regular order. This is a very pivotal moment. As earlier described, one of the challenges that America has is that we still have the edge in terms of innovation and creativity in the world. The difficulty is that because you can do production just about anywhere now, they replicate our innovation with lower wages. So keeping our competitive posture is essential. The Competes Act that you're witnessing today has done precisely that. It will bolster the economy, it will reinforce technological leadership, and we can't be content with complacency. Still, nothing comes close to what our universities and colleges provide. The trade provisions in the Ways and Means Committee perspective, they largely are very important because of the fact that we supercharge America's opportunities Through GSP, once again, we strengthened anti-dumping competition, countervailing duties laws to protect America from unfair Chinese competition. We also understand that in terms of sovereign capitalism, they can move faster, but they still need innovation and creativity, which overwhelmingly belongs to us. I still want to acknowledge as well Earl Blumenauer. He did a great job as the Trade Subcommittee Chairman on this. The General System of Preferences and Miscellaneous Tariff Bill legislation that's included is essential. And I want to say this because this is perhaps the most important thing that the Ways and Means Committee contributed. Trade adjustment assistance, because of the dislocations that from time to time create hollowed out parts of the American economy for people through no practices of their own are punished. And it's because of the unfair trade practices that frequently take place. That was a great jobs report this morning. Give it a moment just to tickle the early week analysis on that. It was supposed to be very bad. Once again, the stories all became, rather than waiting for the evidence, this was going to be bad. 466,000 jobs, 6 million jobs since Joe Biden became president. The other part of this legislation, I was with Catherine Tai yesterday, it empowers the U.S. Trade Representative to take strategic steps to improve supply chain resiliency. This legislation is going to pass today. Really well done, and as always, my friend, Chairwoman Waters, offered her dimension to this legislation.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and thank you so very much for being here with us this morning. This is extraordinarily important legislation. And I want to thank the Speaker for her leadership. This is a kind of leadership that makes America great. Of course, we have experienced supply chain problems with this pandemic, and we've learned an awful lot about slave labor that creates the ability for some countries, particularly China, to produce goods very cheaply. And so understanding all of this, we are now in the leadership, again, of innovation. And we are competitive, and we're going to grow with our competitiveness. So with that, I want you to know that the America Competes Act is a transformational piece of legislation that will empower American workers and businesses. It will also strengthen our nation's financial system and allow us to better compete with the rest of the world, especially with the People's Republic of China. It's more important than ever that we take action to maintain our competitiveness and counter anti-competitive actions. taken by the PRC. The good news is that the American Competitiveness Act will put us in a position to do just that. Under my leadership as chairwoman of the Financial Services Committee, our members secured provisions that protect our national security and global financial stability. This bill ends World Bank and Asian Development Bank funding into China unless such assistance contributes to a global public good and serves the U.S. national interests. Another provision secures the PRC's participation in multilateral sovereign debt treatment initiatives. It adds long overdue transparency to the shadow or exempt securities markets and has other provisions to combat ransomware, examine the financing of wildlife trafficking, and study illicit finance links with Afghanistan. Finally, the bill strengthens the Defense Production Act authorities to protect the supply chains of medical products. So I'm grateful for the hard work of the members of my committee, including Representatives Hines, Sherman, Dean, Lynch, Torres, Ocasio-Cortez, and Vargas, along with other committee members in the House and Speaker Pelosi, who are working tirelessly to get this bill passed. America Competes helps America and its workers to stay competitive for generations to come. I look forward to engaging with my colleagues in the Senate to quickly finish the upcoming conference so that we can send this bill to the President for his signature. Let me just take a moment to say to Eddie Bernice, thank you so very much for your leadership. She has taken time, even though she's announced that she is retiring, but she has taken this opportunity prior to leaving us to lead us in a way that will be recorded in history for years to come. Thank you so very much. Oh, I better announce. The next chairman that we have is the chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Chairman Meeks.
Thank you, and let me take the opportunity also to thank the Speaker. She's a woman that always has a vision for tomorrow, how to make sure that what we do today has an effect to our children and grandchildren tomorrow. That's extremely important. So I want to thank Chairwoman Pelosi and thank, of course, Chairwoman Johnson. You know, when you talk about technology, we all know science and technology, if we're going to have a better future, we've got to master that. And her whole career has been focused on science and technology. Now, we know that China has leveraged its growth to chip away at the prevailing economic, political, and security order in the world. It has bullied other nations into yielding to its demands, and it has consistently broken international law and refused to play by the rules. Where there's a vacuum of leadership, China will seek to fill that vacuum. And that is why the United States must win the competition with China, offering leadership that embodies our values of democracy and human rights, and positioning ourselves to win the economic and technological competition with China. As chair of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, we've worked to build into the America Competes Act provisions that would considerably bolster U.S. bilateral diplomacy and increase our diplomatic footprint where it's still lacking. The Competes Act does this by expanding our diplomacy at regional organizations and through groupings like the Quad, ensuring that we are at the table and setting the rules of the road, and not the People's Republic of China. It also incorporates strong provisions on human rights, including sanctions related to China's genocide in Xinjiang, refugee protections for the Uyghurs, and the Hong Kong Freedom and Choice Act. Furthermore, it bolsters our alliances and partnerships with our other ace in the hole in the competition with China. By recentering diplomacy in our foreign policy, America Competes will restore America's global credibility and our leadership. We cannot be complacent about America's economic strength and global position. Today, by passing the American Competes Act, Congress will show the American people and the world, with clarity of purpose and the courage of our convictions, that we do not take our global leadership for granted, that we will not miss the opportunity to strengthen American industry and create jobs of the future for our workers, and that America will continue to maintain and defend the international rules-based system that has contributed to peace and prosperity for millions. So we are grateful for the Competes Act today, and I now would like to bring up the chairman of the Transportation Committee, Chairman DeFazio.
Thanks. Good morning, and again, thanks to the Speaker for moving the Competes Act through the House. You know, vast swaths of America have been deindustrialized or otherwise lost their jobs to unfair foreign competition. Millions of Americans despair of the hope of a good job, a good future for themselves, their families, middle-class lifestyle, the American dream. Well, with this bill, we give them hope. We let them know that the Democrats care. And it ends now with this president reindustrializing America, bringing back critical manufacturing to this country with the incentives in this bill, and with this bill in the House of Representatives. And hopefully we will prevail over the bill from the Senate, which actually, in my opinion, would make things worse. So there is a provision in this bill which is a pilot version of a program which was in Build Back Better, put forward by Representative Kilmer, called the Recompete Act. Like me, he represents areas largely outside of major urban areas where jobs have just dried up, disappeared, gone overseas, even from states like ours. And the idea is to give these communities a new opportunity, to give them the assistance they need, to bring in the worker training, to bring in the targeted development, to bring in the infrastructure that they need in those communities to attract new industries, new businesses, and those who are returning to the United States of America and being rebuilt in the United States of America. This is an incredibly important addition to this bill, but the whole bill itself is historic. It would really turn the page on America's trade failures of the past and give us new hope for all Americans. And with that, I yield to Chairman Bobby Skopp of the Education and Labor Committee.
Thank you, Chairman DeFazio, for your kind introduction, and I want to add my thanks to the Speaker for her leadership and Chairman Johnson for her leadership in this legislation. I want to thank all of the committee chairs for their work on the America Competes Act. In today's global economy, America's workers and employers are not just competing for jobs in nearby cities or even a neighboring state. Every local economy across the nation is engaged in competition for workers and businesses around the world. And we have a responsibility to make sure America stays a step ahead by providing proper education for future workers and strengthening our nation's workforce. The American Competes Act will equip students and workers with the skills they need to succeed in high-tech industries while strengthening our economy's competitiveness in years ahead. These investments will help expand access to computer science education and post-secondary STEM pathways, particularly for those who have historically been left behind. In my home state of Virginia, access to STEM education will help support world-class research facilities like the Jefferson Lab and local colleges and universities, creating opportunities for students, researchers, and scientists to conduct research that benefits all of us. And to that end, I'm pleased that the American Competes Act also invests in the continued work of the Department of Energy's Office of Science and National Labs. The legislation also builds on the broad bipartisan support for apprenticeships. Last year, over 24 House Republicans joined Democrats in voting to pass a reauthorization of the National Apprenticeship Act, which will create nearly 1 million new registered apprenticeship opportunities. The America Competes Act also includes a provision of this legislation along with key protections to ensure the jobs we create will pay a decent wage. Helping workers gain in-demand jobs is vital to the prosperity of working families, businesses, and the nation. Today, the House is taking a critical step in the right direction, and we're eager to work with our Senate colleagues to put a bipartisan bill on the President's desk that will ensure a brighter future for workers in the 21st century global economy. Again, I want to thank all of my colleagues for their work, and I now want to yield to the chairman of the Committee on Homeland Security, the gentleman from Mississippi, Benny Thompson.
Thank you very much. Let me say I associate myself with everything you've heard from all my colleagues this morning. Clearly, the Competes Act is something that's vitally needed. We have to get our competitiveness back where it used to be. We've outsourced too many of those opportunities overseas. This legislation does it. Clearly, from the Homeland Security perspective, the equipment that is now made overseas and sent back here for Americans, we need to make sure that that equipment, if possible, should be made here in America. The incentives created by this act will make that occur. So I'm excited about it. I support the effort. Believe it or not, in this environment, it's absolutely a bipartisan effort. So we don't get that many times, so people get it. I look forward to the passage of it. I support the Speaker and her leadership in this effort. And so with that, I yield back to the Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank all of our chairs who presented today, as well as three of the members who couldn't be here. Chairman Nadler of the Judiciary Committee, Congresswoman Maloney, Chairwoman of the Oversight Committee, and Chair Grijalva of Natural Resources, all who also contributed to the excellence and success of this legislation. I feel like repeating everything you've heard, but that would be presumptuous of me. But whether it's the education of our children, the competitiveness of our workers, the resources that we need, our chairs have put out there very thoughtful proposals on how to keep America number one. Let me just close by saying this. Because of what they have done and the work they've done in their committees, largely and overwhelmingly bipartisan, regardless of the vote, it is about making America independent, self-sufficient when it comes to chips, so that we can be manufacturing more efficiently in our country, lowering cost, self-sufficient when it comes to the supply chain, so that we're not depending on other countries at the mercy or vulnerable to other and sometimes countries of concern, lowering cost. So we're raising our excellence, lowering our cost, enabling our people to participate more fully in the success and prosperity of our nation. And it would not be possible without the great intellectual resource that Eddie Bernice is, the leadership of all of our chairs, the work of so many on both sides of the aisle to make that possible. We're now going to go to the floor and shortly vote to make America independent, self-sufficient, and again, successful. With that, I thank you all for being with us and yield back. Thank you.
Why did it take so long to be here 8 months after the Senate passed the bill?
I want to speak to you this morning about an extraordinary resilience and grit of the American people and American capitalism. Our country is taking everything that COVID has to throw at us, and we've come back stronger. I'm pleased to report this morning, but many of you already know, that America's job machine is going stronger than ever, fueling a strong recovery and opportunity for hardworking women and men all across this great country. America is back to work. Today, we learned that in January, our economy created 467,000 jobs. But that's not all. We learned that job growth in November and December over last year was revised up by more than 700,000 jobs. On top of that, 400,000 jobs on top of the 400,000 that were previously reported. This morning's report caps off my first year as president. And over that period, our economy created 6.6 million jobs. 6.6 million jobs. If you can't remember another year when so many people went to work in this country, there's a reason. It never happened. Take a look at the chart. You can look at the last, all the way back to President Reagan. Look how many jobs we created in an average per month. This is, it's never happened before. And look, history's been made here. But it comes alongside the largest drop in unemployment rate in a single year on record. The largest reduction in childhood poverty ever recorded in a single year. And the strongest economic growth this country has seen in nearly 40 years. Historic economic progress. And I'm proud of the role the administration played in this economic plan has played in the recovery. You know, the rescue plan that Democrats passed to get the economy going again, the bipartisan infrastructure law that's starting to get underway, rebuilding bridges, roads, highways, ports, airports, internet. There's so much more that we're doing as well. And my decision at the outset of our administration to buy American. It's always been the law, it was very seldom ever followed. Now it's a reality, not an empty promise. I made clear that when the federal government spends taxpayer dollars, we buy American products. American products made in America, including all the component parts of that product, with very few exceptions. With the support of the American private sector, our business leaders and entrepreneurs, our workers, our union leaders, they've all come together like never before in my days in Washington. I know it hasn't been easy. I know that January was a very hard month for many Americans. I know that after almost 2 years, the physical and emotional weight of the pandemic has been incredibly difficult to bear for so many people. But here's the good news. We have the tools to save lives and to keep businesses open and keep schools open, keep workers on the job, and sustain this historic economic comeback. Vaccination and boosters have proven incredibly effective. This past month, we started mailing out tens of millions of at-home tests to deliver to your home for free so you can determine whether or not you have COVID. And that's in addition to the 20,000 sites across America where you can get a test in person for free to determine whether or not you have COVID. And we have more treatments today to keep people out of the hospital, including life-saving antiviral pills, which we've purchased millions of. And now we're seeing the difference over what our efforts have made. Look at what's happened. Just in the past 3 weeks, today's extraordinary job report that data was collected. The COVID crisis has been cut in half, down in half in just 3 weeks. Still too many cases. Still we have to be on the alert. But to be clear, this is a dramatic decline. Now I want to be clear. Even with the extraordinary news, even with the historic economic progress we've made across the past year, we still have a lot of work to do. Making sure every American has a job is a great start, but it's not the finish. For many Americans, wages are up this year. In January, wage increases were strong across the board, and that's good. We have to continue to keep wages growing, and we need even more high-paying jobs. Raise a family on and have some breathing room. 2 weeks ago, the CEO of Intel, Pat Gelsinger, came to the White House to announce a brand new $20 billion semiconductor factory. They called it a campus outside of Columbus, Ohio. It's going to create 7,000 jobs just constructing the facility and 3,000 permanent jobs running the facility with an average salary of $135,000. These semiconductors or microchips power virtually everything in our everyday lives, from our cell phones to automobiles, the refrigerators, the internet, the electric grid. Without semiconductors, these things do not function in a modern economy. So the spin-off of this is going to create thousands of additional jobs as well, helping us build more American products in manufacturing automobiles, appliances, and so much more. It's going to create jobs, and it's going to help ease inflation. One of the reasons why automobiles cost so much money these days, and they're responsible for 1/3 of all the inflation that's calculated in the market, is because they lack the semiconductors to build the vehicles. Intel's announcement helps fix that problem. Last week, I called a meeting of CEOs from General Motors, Ford, Microsoft, and other major corporations in America. Mary Barra of General Motors, the chairman of the board, the CEO, I should say, announced a $7 billion investment in a Michigan manufacturing plant to manufacture electric vehicles. It's going to create 4,000 new quality jobs at prevailing wage. That's on top of the announcement last year made by Ford CEO Jim Farley, who was with us, to invest $11 billion to make electric vehicles, creating 11,000 new good-paying jobs. Look, last Friday I went to Pittsburgh, where the Union Pacific Railroad announced the largest purchase of American battery electric locomotives in history, built in Erie, Pennsylvania. Built by American manufacturing workers in Western Pennsylvania, creating even more good-paying jobs. And again, the spin-off from that, these locomotives aren't just going to be purchased in America. Countries around the world, because it's going to be the best product, are going to purchase them. American-made electric vehicles made in Erie, Pennsylvania. Good-paying jobs. Look, we all know we're in competition with the world. These announcements are the drumbeat of a job resurgence, unlike anything we've seen in our history. And it didn't happen by chance. As a result of the economic plan I put into action on day one, when I said it's going to be Buy America. I'm delighted to keep it going and expand what we've done, because we have a great opportunity ahead of us to further make progress beyond what we've already made. Look, the House of Representatives just passed a few minutes ago, just a bit before I walked over here, to provide $90 billion, over $90 billion for research and development, manufacturing, and all those elements of the supply chain needed to produce end products right here in America. So we can keep delivering more announcements like the one we've had these past few weeks. Another way we're boosting our economy is by promoting competition. Look, hamburger is, up fourfold almost, many places. Well, guess what? Meat processors, or shipping, railroads, other industries are dominated by a few giant companies that control the market they operate in. And over the years, this domination of the market by a smaller number of companies, smaller and smaller, it's about 4 in the meatpacking area, has reduced competition, squeezed out small businesses and farmers, and in many cases increased prices, and almost all of them increased prices for consumers. Look, I'm a capitalist, but capitalism without competition is not capitalism, it's exploitation. So I'm going to continue to do everything in my power to work with the Congress to make our capitalist system work better, to provide more competition and lower prices for American consumers. And they're still going to do well. But that isn't going to be enough. We still need to ease the burden on working families by making everyday things more affordable and accessible. Look, average people are getting clobbered by the cost of everything today. Gas prices at the pump are up. We're working to bring them down, but they're up. Food prices are up. Working to bring them down as well. Look, I grew up in a family where if the price for a gallon of gas at the pump went up significantly, it was felt by the family. I get it. I understand. But these things are necessities, but that's not the totality of what family needs. They still have to pay for child care. They still have to pay for prescription drugs. They still have to pay for health care. There's more than one way to help a family when it comes to their standard of living. We're going to work to bring down the prices that are way up, but guess what? Guess what? We're going to keep strengthening the supply chain to bring down the cost of all these goods. But in the meantime, there's a lot we can do to give families a little extra breathing room. For example, child care. Families can spend $14,000 a year per child, and in some cases in this country, some cases less than $14,000 a year, for child care. Our plan cuts in half what most families are paying, helping their budgets, keeping millions of parents and especially women allowed to go back to work because they can get child care. Or the cost of prescription drugs, like insulin. Insulin costs about $10 to make. But for families who need the insulin, they're paying up to $650 a month on average in some places, and as high as $1,000 a month. Think about all those Americans out there with type 1 diabetes who need this insulin to stay alive and stay healthy. Or the 200,000 American children with type 1 diabetes. Think about being one of the parents without the insurance or the money to pay for that insulin. How do you look your child in the eye who needs an insulin? They have no idea how they're going to figure out how to pay for it. Think about what it does to them. Their self-esteem, their dignity, their ability to look their child in the eye. We cap the cost of insulin at $35 on our plan. $35 a month. The companies are still going to make a healthy profit. We can do that tomorrow with the stroke of a pen. But we have a generation of so-called, for example, sandwich generation. That is, you have a young child and an elderly parent, and both need help. And look, we can help them take care of mom and dad and make it work. There's a program that allows us to, on Medicare, that someone can come and install a handrail in the shower so mom doesn't fall, to make sure they have what they need to live with safety and dignity in their home, pick up the prescriptions, making occasional meals. We can do all that. So when mom and dad put their head on a pillow at night, they can have peace of mind that their elderly parents are doing well and their children are okay. We're still going to work on gas prices. We're still going to work on the food prices. But in the meantime, we can deliver that peace of mind to the American people and give them a little breathing room. And by the way, the proposals that I have out there, nobody earning less than $400,000 a year would pay a single additional penny in taxes. Not a single penny. And a lot of companies I've spoken to are willing to pay a little more in their corporate taxes and their personal taxes to see that happen. You've heard me say it 100 times. You got 55 companies of the Fortune 500 companies that paid zero tax the last couple of years. And they made over $400 billion. Look, we can do this without increasing the deficit. Actually, we've reduced the deficit over $300 billion. And 17 Nobel laureates in economics came to me several months ago to say that this plan would not only not raise inflation, it would ease long-term inflationary pressures. Look, the bottom line is this. The United States is once again in a position to not only compete with the rest of the world, but outcompete the rest of the world once again. We can keep coming together and invest in the backbone of America, working class and the middle class folks. There's no limit to what we can achieve. So let's keep the wages rising and let's start lowering cost. Our businesses are the best in the world. Our workers are the best in the world. Give them half a chance. They'll outcompete anyone, anywhere in the world. We can have a quality of life for working people that they deserve at the same time. And by the way, the middle class, when it does well, when the working class does well, everybody does well. Everything is better for the wealthy, the super wealthy, and the slightly wealthy. Nobody gets hurt. So let's face these challenges head on. Let's keep building a better America. I want to thank you, and God bless you, and may God protect our troops. Thank you.
Mr. President. High gas prices. says.
Your response to Putin and Xi, sir.
Genocide against Uyghurs.
Good morning, everyone. It is February, therefore we're talking about winter weather. Something that I have a little bit of experience with, having been born and raised in Buffalo, New York, where we've dealt with everything from a 7-foot snowfall in the course of 2 days, taller than I am, as well as many ice events. So I feel confident that we can handle this. Also, I'm joined by some incredible partners of mine who've really been tested in the few short months that we've been in office. And I want to thank my dream team, Catherine Garcia, the Director of State Operations, Jackie Bray, the Commissioner, Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Services, Marie-Therese Dominguez, the Commissioner of DOT, as well as we're joined by Pat Ryan, the Commissioner of Ulster, not the Commissioner, the County Executive of Ulster County, and Steve Noble, the Mayor of Kingston, as well as Assembly Member Cahill and Senator Hinchy, who had to dig themselves out to get over here today. But I want to thank them for being amazing partners here as we continue through this challenge. And it is a challenge, what we're experiencing right now. We are looking at ice accumulation. We tracked this event from the very beginning, and we saw that this would be a major snow event, and the snow has been concentrated in areas like Buffalo, where we literally had to send in extra snow plows at the request of the mayor to help them dig out, which is important. You can see the snow accumulations, but what is really treacherous? Yes, while this storm is throwing everything at us, we have snow, we have freezing rain, we have sleet, we have icy roads, and so we're looking at this combination here in Hudson Valley in Ulster County. Our biggest concern right now is ice on the roads. The challenge is that, yes, we have a magnificent crew of individuals who know how to salt the roads in advance to stop the ice from forming, but when the first weather event is rain, it washes the salt off the roads, and that creates a challenge. But they were literally deployed the second they could. They're out there, and we're going to continue being concerned about some commutes. Too bad it's not a Saturday like we experienced with our last major snow event. Downstate was concentrated on a weekend, which made it a lot easier for people to get to where they had to go, but we actually encouraged them to stay home. No one had to necessarily get to jobs as many as others they would on a normal weekday. Here we are dealing with commutes, and so our best advice is just to stay off the roads. They're absolutely hazardous, and in anticipation of this, we have literally the DOT crews out there. You'll hear from our Commissioner of DOT. Thruway Authority's been all over. Matt Driscoll is handling operations elsewhere in the state, as well as thousands of utility workers. These are the people. When the power starts going out, and we have over 48,000 power outages, mostly in the Hudson Valley. I believe we're about 36 or 39,000 right in Ulster County. That is a lot of people, given that the population is 175,000. It's a lot of families who are without power as we speak. We have already had over 550 utility teams on the ground, but now we have other individuals coming. You're going to hear about that as well. Most schools are closed. That is the right thing to do. Certainly you can use remote learning. We know how to do that as well. But we are going to continue to monitor local forecasts and preparing for the worst. That's how we handle these storms. You prepare for the worst, you hope for the best. And right now we do believe that the concentration of the weather activity will abate by this evening, which is, but until then, it is going to be literally a day full of freezing rain coming down. We've not had major traffic incidences at this time, but that is always subject to one car sliding off and others following, or multi-car accidents, which we've seen happen all too frequently during these winter storm events. So the best place to be, at home. Protect yourselves, and hopefully everybody is prepared at home with flashlights, those chargers for your cell phones that do not have to be plugged in, that you've already been prepared in anticipation, plenty of food and water. Same thing with outfitting your vehicles. You do not know if you're making that one run to the store that you're not going to end up in a ditch because of the icy roads, and you want to make sure that you are protected. Get the sand or cat litter in the back of the car. You can help put that under the tires. It works every time to pull yourself out. But also just having the blankets, food, water in your vehicle during the winter time, that is the best thing, as well as that all multi-purpose scraper. How many times have I had to scrape inches of ice off the windows? It's not fun, but it's part of living in New York State in the wintertime. So with that, I'll turn it over to Commissioner Bray to give us a further update on what is going on here. Commissioner Bray?
Thank you, Governor. As the governor said, we're in the middle of a statewide winter weather event. I just want to do a minute on snow totals in the west and central New York. We saw over a foot up to 18 inches fall already in the Finger Lakes, central New York, and parts of the Mohawk Valley, really centered on the Syracuse area. We've seen 8 to 12 inches fall in the North Country and other parts of western New York on the southern tier. We've got 4 to 6 inches that fell around the capital region. But as the governor said, the main hazard in this storm is ice. We've had well over 1/4 inch of ice accumulation in the Hudson Valley and the capital region. We expect another 1/4 inch over the course of the day today. So we're going to max out with this storm around 1/2 inch of ice. That's a lot of ice. As the governor said, that has meant significant power outages here in Ulster County. I'm a resident of Ulster County. I know my home is without power. We are very focused on getting power back, and particularly getting power back here in Ulster. We've got over 5,700 people out across the state managing power and restoring power. We've got over 500 here in the Hudson Valley, and we're bringing in more. We've activated mutual aid so that as we're able to clear other power issues, folks will be coming here to the Hudson Valley to continue restoration. In addition, we have dozens of cut and toss crews that will be deploying, that have deployed, that will continue to deploy, and that will focus their work here in the Hudson Valley and here in Ulster to try to move some of those trees. I do want to just say all of our stockpiles are open. We've been coordinating with our county governments for the last several days. We are embedded with the Ulster County team, and we appreciate the partnership of County Executive Ryan. The storm will end today. We expect your roads to be clear tomorrow, and then we expect relatively mild weather for the next few days. So if you sit tight today, we should be able to get you back and running soon. With that, I'm going to introduce Commissioner Dominguez, who's got an update on our roads.
Thank you. Thank you, Governor. Thank you so much, Governor. Director Garcia, Commissioner Bray, all of our local partners here. It is great to be with you all this morning. I wish Puxatawny Phil had had gotten it right this year.
Can I add to that?
Yes.
Where I come from, 6 weeks more winter is an early spring.
Exactly.
So we're fine with that.
We're okay with it, okay. But in all seriousness, actually, Governor Hochul has really had a laser-like focus this winter on snow and ice preparedness, as well as response in areas all across New York State, and certainly this storm is impacting a good portion of the state. I've personally been with the governor a few times now. It seems like if it's Friday, there's a storm event. But in all seriousness, this storm is really impacting us all across the state, certainly with the power outages here in Ulster County alone. But we've been working, New York State DOT has been working with our partners at the Thruway Authority, Homeland Security, all the other government agencies, and we are out there hitting the roads and hitting them hard. Last week, we sent about 100 people out from across the state down to Long Island to help to respond to the storm down there, help dig everybody out, and they did a great job. Everybody worked together, got it all done. And this week, we're having folks from Long Island come upstate to return the favor. We sent about 27 operators in total with supervisors and equipment, and they are deployed in the capital region, in central New York, and the southern tier, really helping out our DOT teams across the state. This is certainly a large statewide event, but we've, as the governor said, we've been planning for it, and we're ready. Here in the Hudson Valley, DOT has a good number of assets in place that are being deployed, 447 supervisors and operators, 294 large medium duty plow trucks, 56 large loaders, 4 tow plows, and 1 very, very large snow blower. At the end of the day, DOT is staffed 24/7 for operations throughout this entire event. We've got fleet mechanics who are working around the clock to make sure our equipment stays up and operating, and we don't lose any of our equipment during this time. I say this often, but really, New York State DOT really does have an elite snow fighting team, and we're at it constantly. Our forces have been out, as I said, working around the clock, not just here in the Hudson Valley, but across the state, and we're going to stay on it until all the roads are clear. We're hoping that's sometime later this evening, early into the morning. We will stay at it, though, because given the fact that the temperatures are changing, we need to make sure that we're covered for any additional freeze and making sure that the roads are clear of ice. So a couple safety notes. We've been working in coordination with the state police, as I said, and the Thruway Authority. DOT has implemented a 45-mile-an-hour advisory speed limit for the right lane only restriction for commercial trucks on all or portions of the following corridors. This started last night about 8 o'clock. So right lane restrictions for trucks on I-84 from the Connecticut to Pennsylvania state lines, Route 17 east of Binghamton, I-88, and I-81 south of Syracuse. Additionally, just because we've got such significant utility impacts, DOT has deployed about 56 generators from our stockpile and want to make sure that any traffic signals that are experiencing any power outages, that we've got capability to have backup on all of them. A quick note to motorists. If a traffic signal is out, it's not cause for a free-for-all. It's an automatic stop. Come to the intersection and please treat it as a 4-way stop, okay? And be cognizant that the person to your right and so on around the circle gets priority. As Commissioner Bray said, we've also got tree crews out ready on standby, and we've got tow services positioned strategically all around the state to make sure that any truck, any tractor trailer any accident gets removed safely and quickly. DOT, we prepare for storms like this all year round. Our plow operators, again, working around the clock to make sure our roads are safe for all motorists. And as the governor said, the best thing to do, please stay home. Let us do our job. Let us clear the roadways to make them safe for you. If you have to be out, please drive slowly and recognize that plow trucks only go about 35 miles an hour. And in front of them is a hazardous condition, snow, ice. You're not going to beat a plow. No way, no how. So please. Please, if you see a plow, slow down. Don't crowd the plow. All right, give our plow operators space to do their job. Governor, thank you always for your leadership. We appreciate it. And everybody stay safe.
I think we have a new slogan, not just don't crowd the plow. What was that again? You're not going to beat a plow, no way, no how? I think there's a children's book in this.
And Director of State Operations, Catherine Garcia.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Commissioners. As I like to say in the state of New York, if it's August, then we're thinking about snow. Because it does take the entire team, both from Department of Transportation and the Thruway Authority, as well as all of our local partners, to make sure that every bridge, every road stays safe, primarily to make sure that we can get emergency vehicles through, because we want you to be staying home and staying safe today. And if you think about ice, it's like a half an inch doesn't sound like that much. A half an inch of ice would be a half a foot of snow. And so that is the amount of liquid volume we are dealing with. But we know that we have plenty of assets out on the roads, and we will continuously be salting and plowing during this entire event. We know that when people lose power, they also lose heat. So please do not use your stove or leave a space heater unattended. That might be something that could combust. The county executive is going to talk a little bit more about where there are warming centers. But know that the utility crews are on their way, and we are working in coordination with them to make sure that we are dealing with the big tree branches that might be down across the roads. And again, if you see a wire down, do not touch it. It is very likely to still be live. And while it is absolutely lovely to see the ice on all of the tree branches, it is incredibly dangerous to our power system and obviously to the roads. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to the governor. Actually, I'm going to ask the county executive, Pat Ryan, to step up and say a few words.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Thank you, Governor, for being here. As always, you're leading from the front, and we appreciate the responsiveness and your leadership. I want to make sure I have updated numbers here. So as you heard, we've had and are having significant ice accumulation. We expect up to ½ an inch. The main impact has been near unprecedented numbers of tree limbs, trees, and power lines down, which is severely disrupting movement for everyone and causing massive power outages. The roads in many places, especially secondary roads, remain very dangerous and slippery, but thanks to our great teams from the state to the county to the city and the towns, major roads are pretty smooth right now, and we think will continue to improve. Our main focus collectively from the state on down is making sure, right now we have 39,156 homes. That's nearly half of our households in the county without power on a very cold and wet day. And because of that volume of power outages, it will take some time to get full restoration. So a big part of our effort is, of course, we have our warming shelter open in Midtown Kingston currently, but we'll be announcing in the next few hours significant additional options throughout the county, both in the Kingston area as well as the southern part of the county, warm places for shelter so that everyone in the county can make sure tonight, if you're still without power, that you'll have a warm and safe place to be, and we'll be communicating that throughout the day with help from the governor's team and all of our towns. In particular, the city of Kingston, and we'll hear from Mayor Noble in a second, has been hit especially hard on all these dimensions. So all of us are surging resources to support you, Mayor, and we'll continue to do that. So yes, we do want people to stay home, but be mindful that there will be a significant number of homes who will have enduring power outages, and if you're one of those homes, stay tuned for more information and we'll be supporting you. I've been in direct contact with the Central Hudson team. I want to thank them. They're surging crews here now, as you heard, with more coming from around the region, and we appreciate that. And again, Governor Hochul, want to thank you for bringing your Buffalo winter storm experience here to Ulster County. We need all the help we can get, and your collective team. And I'll be followed by Mayor Steve Noble.
Thank you very much, County Executive. Yes, the City of Kingston has been hit very hard today as we wake up. We have over 50% of our residents here in the City of Kingston without power. Again, our utility crews are working as quickly as possible, but with the sheer number of tree limbs and wires down, it is going to take time to get to all of you. We have issued a state of emergency in the City of Kingston to be able to make sure that all of our departments have the resources they need to be able to help with these cleanup efforts. But we do ask that all unnecessary travel be extremely limited at this time. We have opened Kingston City Hall for an emergency warming and electric facility for folks who may need to be hooked up to electric for their medical device or any type of special needs, as well as warming needs. However, the roads here in Kingston are extremely difficult. I live only 1 mile from City Hall, and it took me 20 minutes to get there with just the sheer number of roads and detours that I had to take. And so I would encourage you, if you do not have to go outside, please do not. Locally here in this area of Ulster County, and just as the county executive said, we will be opening additional larger shelters as necessary as we move on throughout the day. I do want to just take a moment to thank all of our first responders who have been out there working in these dangerous conditions to be able to clear the path for our utility crews to get into place to be able to do their work. But again, if folks have more information, they can check out our website. And again, I'm going to turn it now back over to the governor to close today's event.
Thank you. Thank you. So you've just seen evidence of what teamwork looks like. Fighting a storm is a major event. It is a serious matter, and we're not out of the danger zone yet. And that is the seriousness with which we're approaching this, to let everyone know we have the resources on the ground, but the weather is wildly unpredictable. and we cannot foresee which limbs are going to come down when. And if you're in a vehicle and you're driving down a tree-lined street, you are at risk of having a tree limb coated with ice falling on your vehicle and creating a very treacherous situation for you. So please be cognizant of that. As much as it does look pretty once the ice is on the trees, they will snap and fall. I remember one event I was participating in, we lost 13,000 trees, and they were all over houses, damaging roofs, damaging driveways and people's vehicles. And so please take that very seriously. I will say that as we're managing this event, while the snow and the freezing rain are falling, there's something else that is falling, and those are our COVID infection rates. So this is the good news. We continue to see a decline. Our 7-day average is down. The number of cases at 7,700, down from, let me, for context, they were at 90,000 just less than a month ago. To have been down that dramatically is just incredible. Mid-Hudson area, 795 cases. Ulster County down to 92. So that is the graph we've been wanting to see. We're very excited about these numbers and are going to make sure that those stay in that range. That is going to give people a lot more comfort as we go forward. So very positive news about those numbers going down. Our statewide infection rate, I've been waiting to say this, is at 4.4%. That is the statewide average, nearly a 19% drop from our peak just exactly a month ago. And our single highest one day was 23%. Again, we're down to 4 from 23%. Mid-Hudson is about 4.6. So this is a very good trend for us. And hospitalization, something you all know I've been monitoring closely, our hospital capacity. And we're concerned about, we still have National Guard deployed in some of our hospitals and our nursing homes to supplement the staffing situation, which is literally a crisis. So many people were sick themselves or left their careers after being under tremendous stress for the last 2 years. And so we've had a shortage of workers, something I address in my budget, but also knowing that the number of people needing hospitalization is going down. Again, always the lagging indicator. Infections go down. People sick enough to go to a hospital goes down, and hopefully we'll start seeing the number of people pass away reduced to 0 before long. It's still 110 New Yorkers we lost just yesterday, so let's not forget them. Another milestone, you know I'm watching the vaccination rates, and adults have done great. They really have over 95%, and the reason we don't have an exact number is we don't have always the number of someone who may have over the winter been in Florida, got their shot, their vaccination at a local provider, a local drugstore. So we don't have exact numbers, so we know it's higher than 95%, which is fabulous news. And I've always been concerned about our younger people as different age groups have been eligible. 12 to 17 have been eligible since June. So been a while, but we finally hit 80% of them have gotten their first dose. Parents, teenagers, get signed up for that second dose and then get the booster, because then you'll have that full suit of armor that you need around you to protect you. So our focus is really to have your younger siblings do what you did, teenagers, and let's get them vaccinated. 5 to 11, we're making some progress. Our first dose approaching 40%. But that's been eligible for a while, and we're also waiting news very soon to hear whether or not our children, our youngest children, ages 2 to 5, will be eligible for this. And I spoke to Dr. Fauci just a couple days ago about the progress we're making on that front. So we're getting there, but I would love to see that trend line of younger children more vaccinated as we start making decisions about schools, and that's something we get asked a lot about. When are masks coming off in schools? We'll be making some announcements, in the
you. As we all can see by now, it's been a busy month. It seems to be non-stop, but you know, when you have the right professionals in place, you're able to navigate these challenging times. Here was an explosion. There was a smell of gas. As you see, there are 3 buildings that are involved. It appears as though the origin of this explosion took place in an unoccupied building. The building next door was occupied. As it stands now, the preliminary investigation reveals that we don't appear to have anyone that was inside the building that was totally destroyed. OEM is here on the scene. Commissioner Farrell should give you updates on those that were displaced in the neighboring buildings and structures that were there. In addition to that, FDNY is going to give you an update on the preliminary investigation on the origin of the explosion. So I'm joined here also with the councilman in the area, Harry Kagan. Harry, thank you for coming out to immediately respond to the needs of the people on this block. But this is still early, but from what we see now, we had an unoccupied building that was involved in this explosion. 3 buildings, as I stated, were involved. And let's get a full overview first from the Deputy Commissioner, FDNY, Commissioner Kavanaugh, and then we'll hear from Commissioner of FDNY Chief Hodgins to give us the understanding, and finally we'll hear from OEM to talk about those who were impacted.
Hi, Commissioner Kavanaugh, First Deputy Commissioner of the Fire Department. A call came in at 7:11 this morning to FDNY Dispatch, a report of a major explosion in a house. We immediately dispatched units, 1060, a major emergency, and we arrived on scene in 3.5 minutes. As you can see behind us, and as the mayor mentioned, the building that exploded was vacant at the time, unoccupied. In the other 2 buildings, the residents were able to self-evacuate and are safely outside and being taken care of by OEM.
Good morning, John Hodges, Chief of Department, FDNY. As stated, we had an explosion in an unoccupied building. Units arrived in 3.5 minutes. At this time, there is nobody reported missing. All 3 buildings will need to be taken down due to structural damage. We're going to, just as a precaution, sift through the rubble of the buildings. There's no reported people missing, but just to be sure, as we pull out the debris, our units will be on the scene to look through the rubble. First 2 units did report an odor of gas, and it is under investigation. The fire marshals and police department will be doing a full investigation to determine the exact cause of this emergency.
Hello. As was reported, the building was vacant. The 2 buildings next door, there are 2 families. Everyone's accounted for. There's an MTA bus nearby. The families are on the bus with the Red Cross to get whatever assistance, housing, clothes, food, whatever assistance they need. We're bringing in the heavy equipment with the operational agencies to do the demolition, and also the school on the corner, we're working with them, so all the children when school is let out can be let out orderly. But we're here for the residents, whatever they need through the Red Cross and through other city agencies, we can assist them. Yeah, the gas and electricity is being turned off to the block so it can safely be excavated. We'll work through the day. We think that it most likely will be for those 3 buildings, so the people in the other buildings will be able to stay here. But if there are special issues with any of the buildings and the residents that need to be impacted or assessed, we'll be here and we'll be helping all of the residents. So 6 people is that are the ones that are being assisted by the Red Cross. The other people, there are no vacant orders for any of the other buildings on this block at this time.
Mayor, for the mayor and the chief, the mayor, infrastructure in the city. We've got another natural gas explosion here, and it's happening a lot. What can you say about that? And for the chief, just the stability of the buildings on the side.
No, it's not. It hasn't been happening a lot. This is the second one that I responded to since taking office. But we want to make sure that people are knowledgeable about if they smell gas. We're going to include and increase the amount of response when people smell gas. That's so important. That's the first sign that there's a potential problem. And National Grid responds right away when there's a smell of gas.
As Amir stated, we want to make it very clear, if there is an odor of gas, you should call 911. The fire department will immediately respond to investigate. As far as the stability of these buildings, all three will need to be demolished due to the structural damage.
What can you tell us about the smell of gas that neighbors have been complaining for several weeks and months? The National Grid has actually investigated this finding, but haven't you been told about the complaints of natural gas?
We have no reported, factual report of gas prior to this incident.
Neighbors said they called National Grid.
We have no record of that, of them calling National Grid. I know they did not call the fire department.
That's an important message. If you smell gas, should you call National Grid or should you call the fire department?
You should call the fire department. You should call 911. If you smell natural gas, you should call 911.
So, Mayor, just to follow up on what Miles said, there have actually been greenhouses that have exploded. I think one was right before you took office. Cypress Hills. Probably Cypress Hills, the Bronx, and now here, these have all been in recent months. So this is clearly concerning for people that this happening in more areas.
Well, first of all, it's crucial that we make sure that any report of smell of gas, 911, that information has to get out to the public. Every report of smell of gas is investigated. No report is ignored, no report is put in, and we just discount it. We take the smell of gas seriously, and that is something that if there was a failure to report, we're going to determine that. But if there were calls made to 911, the proper agencies are dispatched to determine if the gas is a serious matter. And I say to New Yorkers to follow that. This is a system that is successful and that's working. I've had the smell of gas on my block, and I called, and immediately National Grid was dispatched, or FDNY was dispatched. That's the message to New Yorkers. You smell gas, it's a unique smell, immediately call 911 so we can get the teams out there to investigate.
Is it time to move the city away from natural gas to electric?
That's a great question. That's outside my pool plan. I think that the proper individuals who determine that, the city council and others, to sit down and think about that. We're a strong believer that we should move to get off of fossil fuel. I believe that wholeheartedly, that we should look at other methods of heat, hot water, and running our city. And that's part of my environmental plan. But right now we're dealing with this emergency.
Thank you all. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Mayor.
No, well, it's just broken. Yeah, well, the spring's out. I don't know where it went. If I could buy a better one. I'm curious, by the way. I took the email your office.
Overnight, I called him I'm going to go to LA but I ain't like a proper Italian. I went to Penn and Tinko for breakfast. Penny and Tinko, whatever way you pronounce it. It's like, hey, yo, you got this it looks like you're
Take care. See you at the next time.
Thanks, you too.
We're home from here, well, that's for sure. Yeah, basically, I've been working on it.
Oh, that's good. 2:30 in the morning.
Oh,
what are you doing?
Came out at 11.
doing? You all over the place anyway. I was on the belt when the job came up. I had a plan, but they were going to take me. Get on, I gotta go.
As a ban on no-knock warrants. There was no ban on no-knock warrants in Minneapolis, and I know both our legal team and the press, I'm sure, is going to be working very hard over the next several weeks and months to figure out exactly how many no-knock warrants happened in the city of Minneapolis since they quote-unquote banned them. A number of the community members have shown up, or people who have lost loved ones at the hands of police violence. It's a pain that is indescribable. And it comes in large part because not only are these killings avoidable, but they come at the hands of people we're supposed to trust and love and are supposed to serve everyone. And the devastation is compounded as a result of that. So, we've obviously already had one press conference today. I don't want to say too much, but I think it's just important to see again how many people show up because we're killing loved ones unnecessarily. Look at all the cameras that are here. There were more cameras than this here over the last 2 years, yet we're still here again. So unless we stand up and demand real, actual change and accountability, we're all going to be back here again, and another mother, another father, another brother, another sister, another cousin, another aunt, another uncle, another grandparent, and another friend is going to lose a loved one needlessly and unnecessarily. So what I'd like to do now is turn to the mother of Amir Locke, Karen Wells.
As I say my baby boy's name, Amir Locke, each and every one of you are going to learn about Amir Locke. My son didn't deserve what happened to him. He was born and raised in the Twin Cities. He was planning on coming back to Dallas, Texas, where I'm currently at, where he was living as well, to work on and pursue many goals that he had planned. But on 2/2/22, it was taken away from him. Our son is a deep, deep sleeper. I've always been on the opposite end of the protest and in support of everybody. I lived here for over 25 years, and I raised both my sons. This is very, very detrimental and heart-wrenching and hard, because I was always an advocate for the families that went through this, but never in a million years that my son Amir, who is born and raised in the Twin Cities, law-abiding citizen, did everything he was supposed to do, was raised with moral and values, loved by so many, everybody that came in contact with him. He had a beautiful spirit and a beautiful smile. Never would I have imagined that I would be standing up here talking about the execution of my son by the Minneapolis Police Department. I should not have to be here. I should be able to FaceTime with my son like I did on last Friday. I should be able to tell my son that I love you and he says I love you too. But now I have to do that in spirit. I can't do it in the flesh. That's not right. At the end of the day, I believe that he was executed by the MPD, and I want the police officer that murdered my son to be prosecuted and fired.
You're now going to hear from Amir Locke's father, Andre Locke.
Every one of you that's here today either have a son or a daughter. For each of you that's out here with the press, I'm going to ask you to do me a favor. How many of you guys have sons of your own? Let me see, raise your hands. Put yourselves in our shoes. How does that feel to know that your son is sleeping comfortably in a safe place, peacefully, and someone takes it upon themselves to choose who lives and who dies? I'm burning in the inside. Man, I didn't think my son. I've seen it happen. I've seen it happen too many times. Too many times. I have to think of my mother right now. I'm sorry. Let her rest. She'll tell me to straighten it up and speak straight. But and me being one of the stronger ones of the family, I have to get it together. I have 5 sons. I have 4 daughters. Amir was the oldest, so he was the 3rd oldest. I love Amir dearly. I love each of them dearly. Amir was a bright light, and he deserves to be able to shine. I apologize. Amir there's so much that we can say about Amir. Again, I want you to put yourselves in our shoes and think about someone kicking your door in, or not even necessarily kicking the door in. If that would have happened, at least he'd have awakened, possibly. But by him being such a deep sleeper, what we saw when the officer kicked the couch, Amir wasn't even moving before then, until the officer startled him. When he kicked the couch, when he aggravated Amir, when he forced Amir to respond, to protect himself, as any law-abiding citizen would do and has the right to do.
That's right.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I definitely agree. We want the officer who took our son's life, we believe that he executed him. Our son, Amir, we believe it. And we definitely want him prosecuted to the fullest. And he needs to be out of there. The same officer has all of these different complaints. There's so much that I'd like to say. I don't want to hold my tongue about anything. I just don't want to see it happen to anyone else, to no one's child. Thank you, guys.
And with respect to the prosecution, as Amir's parents noted, we have seen the reports that Attorney General Keith Ellison is going to be involved in the investigation of the matter, and obviously we welcome that, given his office's track record in successfully prosecuting officers who needed to be. Prosecuted in the state of Minnesota. Now we're going to give an opportunity to Amir's aunt and uncle, Linda and Andrew Tyler, to speak.
We're at this press conference not because my nephew is going to join the Minnesota Timberwolves, not because he's going to become a Viking player. We're at this press conference because a police officer decided to be judge and jury, not to warn him, not to say, wake up, not to offer anything, and for you to say in the news that they tried to save him. You would try to save somebody when you're trying to kill them. When you know you're wrong, you have to try and save them. My brother and sister, this is my sister. That was her son. That was her baby son. I was at the hospital when he was born, and we cut the umbilical cord. And for all of you, this is your son. He is a citizen of the United States of America, and he resides in I reside in Illinois. He resides in Minnesota. You should be outraged, not because he's an African American, but you should be outraged just because one of your citizens died at the hand of another citizen. It is time out for this. I'm sorry. It is time out. When they send their boys and when they raise their kids, we raise them with a certain creed. Do this. Put your hands on the wheel. Make sure you look at them eye to eye. Don't move too soon. Don't go into your pockets. Just sit still. We train our kids up like that because we want them to live just another day. It is like an officer who will say, their family will say, I just want my husband, my son, my daughter to make it back home. I'm worried about them because it's bad out there. It's deadly out there. These parents have that same pain. These parents experience the same thing. We have got to stop doing that to our kids. That was my nephew. And for all of you out there and you who are reporting, report the news accurately. Don't spin the story. Don't spin the story to make it feel good for the officer because he's your citizen too. Make sure you say it and you say it plain. Amir was a gun-carrying licensed individual. NRA should be excited about that. I carry a card, and many of you probably here carry a card. And you want to talk about why would he have his gun on him? Why? Because when you live in a house, you keep your gun near you, which is at your bedside. That's what I would do. And so if any intruder comes in, I'm going to reach for my gun to protect my house and my home. Amir was at his cousin's house. He was at his cousin's house in the sanctity of his house. And he was there. Of course he had his gun by his side because where else is he going to put it? He was sleeping at somebody else's house. So he keeps it by his side. And if you would have came in there on me and you, any reasonable individual will understand that you would respond as he did. And he didn't point the gun, so change the narrative. You can say he brandished a gun, but he didn't brandish it. You guys need to get this story right. You will not smear my nephew's name. You will not on my watch. You are not going to do this to my people anymore. So y'all need to get ready for what's about to happen here in Minnesota.
My name is Andrew Tyler. This is my daughter, Olivia. I had to pause for a second and think about what my wife said, and I had something in mind that I wanted to say, but I like to switch up a little bit. I like to give honor to God before I do anything. It was ahead of my life, and I want to read a scripture to you really quick. Genesis 4. God questions Cain. Says, am I my brother's keeper? And as my wife was speaking, I said, am I my brother's keeper? Are the reporters my brother's keeper, my nephew's keeper? Are the police? The police, are they? The SWAT team, are they my brother's keeper? Are they my nephew's keeper? And here's what God says. He says, his blood crieth unto me from the ground. His blood crieth unto me from the ground. We're here today because Amir's blood cries from the ground, right? Am I right about it? It screams from the ground. It screams that I had a blanket over my head. Somebody kicked the couch, and I want to reiterate that again, because you're not saying it in the news. He was still asleep. They kicked the couch, started him out of his sleep. You can't kick nothing under me and then expect me to act right. What are you looking for? You're looking to incite someone. You're looking for a reaction. Not only are you looking for the reaction, you're looking for time to kill. That's what he did. That's what he did. That's what his neighbors around him, I'm talking about the officers now, that's what the SWAT team around him did. They were waiting. There was an expectation. In my mind, as I reviewed the video over and over again, because they played it in slow motion. They played it in slow motion and they sped it up. When you go into someone's dwelling, the interim chief said they screamed out before they crossed the dwelling. His hand already pushed the door open. He's in the damn dwelling. His hand is in the dwelling. There is no voice of opinion to say, we're the police, we're coming in to get you. It's a lie. It's a lie from the get-go. Think about the technicality of the case while we're reporting, okay? That's what I really want to get involved in. And I want to say this. From Emmett Till to Amir, black men have been, isn't it funny we're at the beginning of Black History Month and we have to go through this? She said he was born on 11/11. He's assassinated on 2/2. There's something to be said about the numbers, y'all. There's something to be said about the numbers. And Black history is not necessarily Amir's story. It's his story. His story doesn't end right here. His story does not end right here. And it shouldn't have had to end with a bunch of mess, man. 3 warrants, come on. I mean, the warrants, 3 apartments, you're simultaneously raiding people. You know you're not supposed to be doing it. I got to say one more thing before I go. I, too, was at the hospital when Amir was born. I watched his mother as a pregnant woman in travail, and how she pushed and how she bared and how she suffered and how her long suffering led to her raising a wonderful man. Father was in the room. Wasn't a deadbeat. Father was in the room. I watched him. I even chuckled with my brother Andre and Andre Locke Sr. and I laughed and I said, man, I remember when 22 years ago, you guys have robbed us of that, man. You have robbed us of that. And it's not right. It's not right. We want more than justice. We want more than justice. What do I mean? You see it, you claim it. My pastor says right is right, wrong is wrong, and right don't wrong nobody. Right is right, wrong is wrong, and right don't wrong nobody. Just tell the truth, man. Just tell the truth.
Tell the truth.
God bless you all, and thank you.
Next, we're going to welcome Amir's cousin, Nanika Constantino.
Amir's mom is my Aunt Karen, and my Aunt Karen and my dad are siblings, but we're a very close family. I would like to say that black bodies are under attack, and they've been under attack. And black people, black men, black women, you are not 3/5 human. That was ratified in 1788, I believe. Let me look. 1788. So you are not 3/5 human. The Second Amendment applies to you as well as the First. There is not a different code that we have to live by. being black in America. What has been most hurtful as it relates to Amir Locke is the narrative that came out from the Minneapolis Police Department from the beginning. And it was a narrative that said it's okay to criminalize you as a black man first. So what I mean by that, and some examples of that, is we see a picture of the gun, but no statement about him being a licensed gun owner, registered gun, a conceal and carry permit, right? So they issue that, and they knew at the time that they gave us that picture, and I don't want to blame the media, right? Because at the time that was fed to you, you had no other information. So who was feeding it to you? That's a systemic issue. It's a systemic issue. So you got the picture, you didn't know he was a registered gun owner. You hear a narrative that a young man or a man was shot in a warrant, while serving a warrant. So what was most difficult for the family was hearing that he was a criminal and having to fight against that narrative when she fought against that narrative his entire life. She fought against that narrative the 9 months that she carried him. She fought against that narrative every single day, which is why he doesn't have a record. But see, we had to know that they were going to play this game, this racist game, and we have to stop this. That, my friends, and people who aren't friends, that's unacceptable. Because what happens is we're dealing with the pain and the trauma, and this is traumatic. This is traumatic for everyone. But the reason it's a little more traumatic for black families is because we know that black bodies are under attack. We've had this conversation with our kids. We've had these tough discussions. Make sure you hold your head up high. And these are the same conversations that they were having with Emmett Till. So that was a harmful narrative, to be able to fight against that, the lack of truth. Because then what happens is somebody looks at that information and they say, you know what, he's just another thug. He's just another beep, beep, beep. Police don't go and raid a house for no reason, but what we have to reconcile is the fact that no-knock warrants systematically impact black families and black people. They do not walk into the families of our white brothers and sisters this careless. So what I mean by that is they know the layout of the apartment that they're going into. They know if the person in the apartment is there, right? And they know if the subject of the warrant isn't present or never was in the unit at all. And so the problem with this is it allows people to see a narrative and it softens their heart, right? It hardens their heart, and it softens the heart of black mothers and black families. And so we have this division and this push and pull going on, carefully orchestrated by people who should be bringing us all together. This is unacceptable. And the hardest part is a lot of times when you see these conferences, the first thing you hear a black mother say is he was a good kid. You know, he was this, he was that, because we have to humanize him and we have to overcome what the Minneapolis Police Department has deposited in you day one, day two. And that is not fair. Shame on you, the office that is supposed to put this information out. We contacted them and they said, you know, we didn't say race. I said, well, at the time, you knew that Amir Locke was not the subject of the warrant. Why didn't you release the warrants out to the media? Why did you release the gun and not the fact that it was registered? You know that it was registered right away. You know that he wasn't the subject of this particular investigation. You know that you walked in to several units. Why do we have to get bits and pieces to harden the hearts of people that would be empathetic? It's not right, and it's a disservice to you. It's a disservice to our white brothers and sisters as well that should be standing with us. That should be standing with us, because we have inclusive families. We have a little bit of everything in our family. We have a little bit of everything in our family, and this hits you a little bit different when there's a black or brown child in your home, because now you have to have the same conversation that we've been having with our families all along. So, no-knock warrants, we know that that's a systemic issue. We are law-abiding, right? We're law. Abiding, this is a systemic issue. It hits black families in a different way than it hits the white community, and we all need to be outraged about that.
Right.
What do we do? We're under attack!
Amir Locke. Amir Locke. Amir Locke. Amir Locke. You know, Nanika, you reminded me of something as you were talking, which was, and I don't know if the person's here who was holding them accountable last night. I know Nakima's probably here and has been locking it down, but I couldn't tell who was asking why did the MPD do a press release where they referred, is that you? Michelle, is that you, Michelle? Thank you, Michelle Groves. Twice they called Amir a suspect. The word is victim. The word is victim, not suspect. Victim. Victim. Next, we're going to have another one of Amir's cousins speak. Nika Gray. His aunt. Oh, his aunt. I'm sorry, aunt. I apologize.
First, giving honor to God, because He's the head of our lives. Yes. And we one thing I know is that we serve a mighty God.
Yes. One thing that I know is that God is going to continue to take care of our family. Yes. I was there when Amir was born. I held her leg up, and I coached her to push. We were there. Amir, yes, was my nephew, but Amir was my baby. He is all of our baby. Yes. Andre and I are brothers and sisters. Yes. All of our kids belong to all of us. Yes. We saw the news that morning. We saw the news. Anytime that something happens in the community, my siblings and I are on a call, and we're right away praying for all of the individuals involved. Yes. But one thing that we did not know that morning, at the time that we were praying, that it was our baby. It was our baby that took his last breath without any of us there. It was our baby that lost his life senselessly at 22 years old. He was 22, and he died on 2/22. The amount of trauma that our family and community has endured over these last couple of days is not okay. The fact that our family had to sit and be surprised, we knew the video was going to be released. We didn't know what time the video was going to be released. At the time that the video was released, we were all together, and to see our baby murdered, executed, taken away from us, was extremely traumatizing. People talk about, oh, we support the family, and oh, be there for the family. Where are the mental health supporters? Amir was not a criminal. Where are the mental health workers that we talked about? The people that we voted to help support the police and the community? I know I took my kids to vote that day. Well, I took my kids to vote. We made sure that we helped re-elect Mayor Fry to make sure that he implemented the changes that he said he would. And right now, that's what our family needs. We demand justice. Amir didn't have to die. Amir wanted to be famous. He wanted to take care of his entire family. That's something that he vowed to do. My babies called me Nina, as they're all of my nieces and nephews. And my baby said to me, Nina, I'm going to be rich, and I'm going to take care of this entire family. I'm going to be famous. This is not the way he needed to be famous. We will continue to say his name, Amir Locke, because he is somebody, and he meant something to all of us. The sad part is none of you will get to know the individual that he was. He was life to us, and he was taken away. And we want justice. Not just for Amir, not just for our family. We want justice for the families to be. We want change. We want the change that people are talking about, our community leaders are talking about and speaking about. But don't just speak about it, be about it. If you talk about support, you talk about social justice and racial equity, make it happen. The dollars are there. Put the right people in position. We're not saying dismantle the police. We're not saying get rid of the Minneapolis Police Department. What we are saying is give them the proper training so that when they walk into our households, we are here to live another day. That's what we need. We need full transparency. We need strength. We need prayer. We need guidance. We need everybody to know Amir's name. Amir Locke. Thank you.
You know, we collectively want to just remind you that there are shootings that happen across the United States. Why is it when the person doesn't look like me that you're able to say, drop your weapon? Why is it then that people are able to utilize the training and de-escalate a situation? Why is it that you don't run up in your community with these no-knock warrants with the same venom that you run up into ours with. We have to examine that. We have to examine why the media, not just the media, but why the media department at the police department does what they do the way that they do it, to deposit the cognitive dissonance required for you not to give a damn. That's the problem. And so Amir Locke is all of our babies. He's your baby as well. And so we ask you to partner with us in this. We ask you to partner with us in this and practice empathy when no one's looking. Yes. Right? Clicking and making comments that he was a criminal. Take those comments back. Take those comments back once you have the information. If you were waving the flag of hate, we ask you to just put that down and walk with us.
Thank you. Before I call our next two speakers, I do want to let everyone know the family, obviously, aside from having very little time to grieve, has a number of commitments. And so we may need to leave before the entirety of the press conference concludes. We urge everyone to stay. And I just want to be clear, it's by no means meant to not show how much we care and love everyone here for the support and how much the family values it. The family just wants to make sure they have the opportunity to speak to as much of America as they can while still finding time to grieve through this process. The next two speakers that we're going to have, I just want to introduce them both briefly, are two very, very close family friends, so much so that Amir would consider them an aunt and uncle. So the first speaker I want to call is Ms. Keisha Wilbon.
As you all have heard from everyone up here, Amir was a good kid. But I'm not here to convince you all of that because Amir did nothing wrong. Amir he didn't do anything wrong. But I'm going to say Amir was a good kid. He was raised with values. He was raised with morals, or as we say in our homes, good home training. There was nothing we can ask Amir to do different than what he did that night. Amir is Karen's son. Amir is Andre's son. Amir is my son. Amir is your son, and your son. We are so tired, as a mother of two adult black males, we're tired. We're so tired of begging and pleading to see our sons, respect our sons. We're now demanding that you see our sons and respect our sons. Amir's memory will live on through Karen, through Andre, through all of us. We will take on that fight to make sure every state within the United States no longer have no-knock warrants. Because it's at the detriment of our black girls and black boys, black men and black women. As I'm gonna say it again with my Southern country accent, I'm tired, I'm tired, I'm tired. I have no more tears to shed. And I'm gonna say it again. We're no longer begging, we're no longer pleading. And I ask each of you, before you get to your next breaking story, before you write another story to vilify Amir or any other African American male or female, I want you to pause and just imagine that that's your brother, your sister, your niece, your nephew, your loved one. Because just as you love yours, we love Amir. We love our black sons and daughters just as much as you love yours. I, as a black mother, I'm so tired of living in fear when my sons leave my front door. I can't rest until they return to my front door.
Absolutely.
Never in a million years did we think this would hit this close to home.
Yes.
When Karen and I met at the daycare, Amir was in the infant room. His legacy going, we are Amir.
Yes.
And I say it again, we are tired, we are tired, we are tired. We're no longer asking and we're no longer pleading. And that's all I have to say.
First off, I'm absolutely thankful for everyone being here and being supportive. I have to reiterate, Amir, our son, Amir never got the chance to see who killed him. He never got a chance to pull the covers from over his head. He never got a chance. And I want that to stick with you. He never saw who killed him. Thank you.
Now we're going to call the last speaker from the family, Mr. Scott Reed.
Yeah, I'm good. So they talk about transparency and facts, all right? Here's some facts that Minnesota reminds me, we often call it, well, Mississippi, Mississippi with snow. We have some of the largest disparities when it comes to education, employment, home ownership, and now justice. And we're tired of it. We're tired. We're not asking anymore. We're demanding, right? We got to demand, and we demand by who we vote, who we put in office, and by our actions. We don't need folks to sit around and feel pity for us. We need action. We need folks to join so this kind of stuff will never happen again, right? So Andre and Karen told me, he said, talk about the facts, right? So here's the facts, all right? Great parents, good parents that taught him to live life right? Here's the facts, that he should be with us today. Here's the facts, that he won't celebrate a birthday with us because somebody made a decision. And I gotta say it, because he was black, he was treated that way. Now, if you don't want to admit that, if you have trouble facing that, that's a fact. That's a fact because it happened all too often. We sat and watched the television and we saw in Virginia a white man kill 2 police officers, and he's still alive today. I'm not saying I want anybody dead. God forbid that. I don't want that. But I just want the same opportunity for our kids, for Amir, that white folks get. That's right. That's right. So the fact is that we need to do better as a community. We need to do better with the laws, and we've done better by raising our children. You did a great job, Karen. You did a great job, Andre. And the fact is that he should be here with us today. So I just want to be brief and say, say his name. Amir Locke.
Amir Locke.
Say his name.
Amir Locke.
Say his name.
Amir Locke.
Thanks.
I just wanted to clarify the pronunciation of Scott's last name. It's Red, not Reed.
Are you able to do that?
Yeah, what's the name? Okay, Uncle, right? So we are going to have one last speaker, Sundiata Mininik. Uncle.
Sundiata Minilik.
Sundiata Minilik, who is the brother of Karen Wells and the uncle of Amir Locke.
I just want to say a couple things. First of all, can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm Sundiata Minilik. I'm what you call a black Catholic. So, and I'm saying that to say we're going to change this narrative because I'm a Catholic. So that means I was confirmed by Archbishop Emeritus in Nebraska. So that's what I'm saying that to say. All my Catholic Christian brothers, you got to join forces.
Yes.
I'm a knight of Peter Claver. So all the knights, you got to come with me. I'm also a Knight of Columbus. They told me not to join because they were the neo-Nazis and the Ku Klux Klan. And I said, well, they said, well, Jesus is going to let you in. So I'm a Knight of Columbus. So if you're in this room, then you got to come. If you Catholic, you got to come. And it can't be like you don't know what I'm talking about. Because they had a scandal, sex scandal. So we got a lot of Catholics that don't claim to be Catholics. This thing got to stop, man. I'm just out of my mind. This is my little sister. This is my sister. This is my daughter. I'm just lost right now. I mean, why couldn't you just knock on the door? I mean, why do you have to go thinking you're going to eliminate somebody? All you had to do was knock on the door. Hello? Why is it like that? I don't understand it, and I'm a Republican. So all you Republicans that think you're a Republican, yeah, but I'm right on the tinkering end of it. You know what I mean? Just right there, like on the needle part of it. So I'm a Republican, I'm a Catholic, I'm a Knight of Columbus, I'm a Knight of Peter Claver, and what the thing is this. What we want, and I'm an American. What we want everybody to join forces, and let's just stop this. I don't want to put no blame, but we know where the blame is. But we just need to stop this. I'm lost for words. This is my son, my little. I'm lost for words. I'm lost for words, and just join us, man. Just join this family, and us as brothers and sisters in this country. Let's come together, and let's just stop it. That's all.
Sure. There's one last thing that I want to say. We didn't ask to sign up for this campaign, say his or her name. We didn't sign up for this. We shouldn't have to keep saying somebody's name because they don't hear it anymore. So while we say his name, the name is not because we're saying it, because we need you to repeat it and feel good about it. The name is for you to remember it because you're going to be held accountable for it.
That's right.
That's it.
Councilman Osmond, you wanted to say that? We're going to give an opportunity. Minneapolis Councilman Jamal Osman is here and would like to say a few words.
My name is Jamal Osman. This one hits home very close. I'm a good friend of Karen, a former coworker. Found out this morning that she was Amir's son, mother. This is a good family. She's a wonderful mom. I learned a lot from her in my time. She's close to my wife. She came to my home when my daughter was born. Hold it tight. I just want to say that I'm here for the family. Everything that needs to be said was said. I'm an elected official in this house. But it seems like we're powerless. What do we have to do to stop the police killing people that look like us? This is America. This is not Afghanistan or Somalia. This is not. We've seen the video, all of us. If they're looking for someone, they can wait. This is not a military. This is not the SEAL team that catching Osama bin Laden or somebody. This is our kids. This is our family. I urge my colleagues and the mayor to do something about this. We all responsible of the death of Amir. he should have been. This should have never happened. This kind of force is unnecessary. It's not the police officer that shot him, but it's the people that gave him the order, the people that put the laws here. If we get rid of no door knocking laws and so, if we get rid of it, why are we still acting on it?
Sir, you've been on the council for 2 years. Are you planning to do something about this?
I have been on the...
Let's stay focused, y'all.
I have been on the council for a very short time. I have been on the council for a very short time. Yes, I will do something about it. This is my friend. This is my family. I will do everything I can. And publicly right now, I will call the mayor and tell him, fire that officer. Fire that officer. We need justice.
That's right. That's one thing.
We demand justice. Officer takes orders. Who made that order? Was it necessary? Do we really have to call that 7 in the morning, 6 in the morning? Was that really necessary? Was there anyone in danger? Was it a hostage situation? They could have waited. I'm here for you, and I urge my colleagues and my friends, the city is looking into us. We need to come together, change policies, and we're asking the federal and the state to get involved in Minneapolis. It's out of control. We need to do something about it. We have to stop killing people that look like me. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're going to get ready to turn over the press conference. As I mentioned, there are just a number of wonderful people.
Good morning. Mayor James Budd, City of Inglewood, and I have an update on the SoFi assault from last Sunday. Yesterday, Inglewood police officers traced the vehicle seen in the security video and made contact with the registered owner. They left contact information after indicating we were trying to locate an individual involved in a potential assault on Sunday at SoFi Stadium. Later that day, they were contacted by Cifuentes, Rosell, Brian, Alexis. Cifuentes was at his place of work in Montebello. Officers asked that he come to the Inglewood Police Department to be interviewed. He declined, but stated that he would talk to the officers in Montebello. Officers went to his location, and he voluntarily accompanied them to the Inglewood Police Department, where he received his Miranda admonition and was interviewed. After the interview, he was placed under arrest for 245A, subsection 4, assault by means to produce great bodily injury, a felony, and was booked at the Inglewood jail. He bonded out at 1 a.m. this morning on $30,000 bail. A case will be presented to the LA County District Attorney's Office for filing consideration. The victim is in stable condition. As of this briefing, his condition is not improved or degraded. And we're ready to take any questions you might have. Good. Hold on, let's do this. You'll be first, you'll be second. Who wants to be third? You'll be third. 1. I mean, that's all we know, is that he's still hospitalized and he's in a medically induced coma. 2. I don't have any criminal history information. It's Cifuentes, and I'll give you all a copy of this press release. Cifuentes. Alexis, Alexis. 33 years of age. We'll provide you the information. 3.
Was this about tension or rivalry between 49ers and Rams fans?
We have no idea at this time.
Sir, yeah, yesterday you mentioned that in the video that you have seen,
yes,
that Daniel Luna pushes the person that subsequently turns around and punches him.
It appears that he did that,
Is
yes.
there any responsibility on Mr. Luna's part, or to what extent is his involvement his fault?
That's a good question, but that's not for me to judge. That's for the district attorney's office to make take into account in their filing consideration. Ma'am, you were next.
Can you clarify the jerseys that the suspect and Mr. Luna were wearing at the time this happened?
I can. It was the same it was as I said at yesterday's briefing. Mr. Luna was wearing a white jersey that some think was a throwback 49ers jersey, and the other individual, Mr. Alexis, was wearing a yellow, appeared to be a Rams jersey.
Will there be more arrests, sir?
Well, hold on one second. He waited, and then I'll go to you.
Did the suspect claim self-defense? What did he say happened?
We wouldn't talk about his statement. We're going to file a case with the district attorney's office, so we're not going to do anything that would jeopardize that filing.
My question is, will there be more people arrested and might Mr. Luna face charges for what happened in the altercation?
That would be up to the district attorney's office. We filed a case for 245 against Mr. Alexis, and they will look at the totality of the circumstances, and they will make their decision. From the video that I saw, which admittedly is only a minute and a half or what have you, it doesn't look like anyone else was involved. Anybody else before I go back? Go ahead.
Have you had a chance to, can you give us an update on Mr. Luna's condition, and can you tell us whether he has been interviewed by police yet, if he's awake?
We've been unable to interview him. As I said repeatedly, he's been in a medically induced coma. And as I said earlier, his condition is not improved or degraded. Yes, sir. I don't know what they were doing during the game. At the time of the video clip that I saw, they were standing around in the parking lot as a group. Okay, then we'll go 1, and then we'll go 2, and 3. 1. I don't know where that narrative comes from. There were other fans in that group, and at least one person in the short clip that I saw, which is only a minute and a half, bent down, tried to turn him on his side. So I don't know where that narrative comes from. Number two.
Was this before the game? Timing-wise, when this happened?
The game was already in progress. Yes.
Mayor, can you clarify, did anyone in that group call 911?
I don't know that there would have been time. A security guard came up very shortly after the altercation and called paramedics. So there wouldn't have been time. I don't know of any call to 911, and I don't know if there would have been time.
So, Mayor?
Oh, no, we don't do it like that.
Okay.
So you waited. Now you'll be next, all right?
Okay.
First of all, the department wasn't late, and the opinion from the doctor was ascertained at a later time. It wasn't. There was a police officer at the hospital in the room listening to the doctor opine. That came as a result of the investigation. I don't have the timeline, sir. Go right ahead.
Okay, so just to clarify though, these people all stayed outside. The game is starting. They spent all this money for the tickets, and they were all out there with him until 30 minutes into the game. Is that what you're saying?
It looked like a tailgate party to me.
Okay.
All right. Yes, sir.
Could you ascertain if Mr. Luna may have been under the influence of alcohol or drugs?
I would have no way of knowing that, and no one would until we receive the toxicology from the hospital. Yes, sir.
Do you have any concerns about security at SoFi Stadium based on what happened here? And do you think there's anything to worry about because this happened in this parking lot that we're waiting around? It's in pretty bad shape right now.
I don't think there's anything to worry about. The reality is that this was a one punch, one shove, two shove, one punch altercation. The greatest damage was done because he landed on the back of his head on the pavement. So I don't think this has any implications for safety.
Sorry.
Go right ahead.
Have any witnesses come forward on their own to tell police what they saw, what they believe they saw?
I don't want to discuss the investigation. We don't want to taint anybody's recollections or views, and so we won't be discussing that. Yes, sir.
Can you release the video to us?
Not at this time, sir. Not at this time, sir. Okay, and so, go ahead, sir.
One more question, Mr. Mayor. Last night you described the scenario as the victim pushing the suspect pushing and then punching. Can you lay that out again? Is that how it went down?
Here, I'm going to tell you the minute and a half or so video I saw. Crowd milling around, overwhelming number of people in red jerseys. There's an individual in a yellow jersey and an individual in a white jersey. The individual in the white jersey pushes the individual in the yellow jersey, and he falls over backward, doesn't fall to the ground. The individual in the yellow jersey pushes the individual in the white jersey and then strikes him once, it appears, in the face area. The individual in the white jersey falls backwards, hits his head on the pavement, doesn't move after that.
Has the suspect made a statement to exactly what happened?
We won't be discussing the suspect's statements that were made in the investigation. Yes, ma'am.
Have you been able to review video prior to that group, that incident, that may show how these people all came to be together, may show something else that may have happened?
No, we haven't. We don't believe anything else happened. If you look at the video that I saw, it was a group of people, looked like they're tailgating, and then there was this incident. Looked like there was, I couldn't tell of any precursor to, what happened. Okay? And the last thing I want to do, I want to give our best wishes to the family. The chief has talked to the mother. She's very grateful that there's an arrest been made. I've called her myself, reached voicemail, and gave her just the best wishes of the city for her family and offered our assistance in any way we can. Okay, thank you guys very much.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
All right, you're welcome.
Thanks, Mayor.
Police department or?
Do we have a Spanish speaker in the station that can read this statement to them? We can.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bridget. Next up, we will have Alex Grahamo.
Give it up, Alex.
Hello, everyone. How are y'all doing this chilly afternoon? I want to once again thank everyone from students to staff to community members for joining us today and hearing out our causes and our demands. My name is Alexander Gramajo, and I'm a senior here at Rufus King High School. Over the last couple months, we as a student body have faced dilemmas that jeopardize our safety and altered the way we feel in our own community. Time and time again, we bared witness to reckless behavior fueled by gun violence. It is of utmost importance to recognize this issue affects low-income neighborhoods at a much grander scale. This trend can be seen nationwide, where low-income neighborhoods face a bigger exposure to not only violence as a whole, but violence that is backed up by firearms.
That's it.
This issue not only allows the fostering of fear in neighborhoods, but it summons a grander amount of police that are, as a result, placed in these neighborhoods. What does that then do for the youth living in these harsh situations? As a result, the stress of violence has led to stunted growth in various youth who have found themselves in these disproportionately affected neighborhoods. Stress that not only derives from violence, but from the hyper-policing that these neighborhoods face. Police have historically failed to serve those communities that are marginalized. Having more of them stationed at these neighborhoods where all of its residents are BIPOC does not do any good. Thus, we demand counselors in place where MPS has put cops. We demand student resources in places of officers strapped with guns. We demand communal voices to be heard. We demand practice of hyper-policing to be disbanded. We demand safety, and we demand serenity. Thank you.
Next up, we have Office of Violence Prevention Director, Ms. Arnita.
Yes, come on, Ms. Arnita.
Thank you, Mia Moore and Rufus King Student Government for organizing this, I want to say amazing event. There's nothing amazing about having to make a call to end gun violence.
Yeah, right. Come on.
What's amazing is these students that are committed to the cause and the movement to make sure that another student, and definitely not 5 more young people, are shot outside of their schools.
Yes.
We're standing here today during American Heart, Month, Awareness Month. We know that there are many diseases. We were wearing red because we acknowledge the American heart disease. But there's another disease that is stealing hearts every single day in Milwaukee and in cities across this country, stealing the hearts of mothers and fathers every single time somebody is killed as a result of gun violence. And so we're standing here today because the Office of Violence Prevention and 414 Life, we are not here to lead the way. We are here to stand behind the leaders. And those leaders are like Mia Moore and all of the other Alex and the other young people that spoke today. And what we will do is make sure that they have the support that they need. And I definitely stand behind them having counselors. If anybody knows me, you know. And so we're going to make sure that they are taken care of, that they are safe. And whenever they need us to stand up, we'll stand up. But they don't ever have to ask us to be here. We will show up in advance to make sure that our kids, our children are safe. And so again, this isn't just about Rufus King. This is about every single child in this community. This is about every single school. This is about every single city block. And I'm not even a parent biologically, but all of these babies are mine. And I'd be damned if anybody's going to shoot all of them down. It won't happen. And we are just thankful and grateful for all of you that are standing with the courage, the poise, the tenacity, and all of the determination that it takes to take a stand, even in the face of adversity. We just want you to know we got your back.
We got your back! We got your back! Yes! Oh. Let's go!
Thank you, Ms. Arnita. Next up, lastly, we'll have Matthew Moore, who will be saying our peace pledge.
Okay, hello, my name is Matthew Moore. I am Rufus King Senior Class President. So the Students Pledge Against Gun Violence is a national program that honors the role that young people through their own decisions can play in reducing gun violence. The pledge encourages young people to take a protective stance in reducing gun violence. We would like for everyone, just not students, but staff, teachers, and everyone else to sign on in support of this pledge. So can everybody please repeat after me? I will never bring a gun to school.
I will never bring a gun to school.
I will never use a gun to settle personal problems or dispute.
I will never use a gun to settle personal problems or disputes.
I will use my influence with my friends to keep them from using guns to settle disputes.
I will use my influence with my friends to keep them from settling disputes. Slow it, break it up, Matt, break it up.
My individual choices and actions
My individual choices and actions
when multiplied by those of young people
will multiply by those of young people
throughout the community
will
make a difference. Together, by honoring this pledge, we can reverse the violence and grow up into safety. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you all for coming out. Really quick, all of our public officials, state representatives, please raise your hand. Let's acknowledge them for coming out and supporting us. Thank you all to the students and staff, administrators for also coming out. Thank you to Forum for Life, OVP. Thank you for the media for covering this. There's a lot of bad news that you could show right now, but you decided to come here and show the good. So thank you.
With all the elected, so I want everybody to stay. Have the students go back inside. Wait, not yet.
Elected officials, public officials, please gather around here so we can just take a quick picture. Just come around, quickly, because we got to get on these buses.
And on February 4th,
we could take questions from the media.
And Monday is a meeting for the parents. Yeah, which you could have talked about that too.
I know. All right, y'all, quick group picture.
Talk about the meeting Monday for the parents.
Grab my phone here.
For the King community.
Also, there's going to be a meeting on Monday for the King community.
By Vice President Taylor and the superintendent.
By Vice President Taylor and the superintendent. Be there.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
from the investigation team, and we will hold questions until the end. With that, I'll direct your attention to General Frank McKenzie.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everybody. We're with you today to brief the results of the investigation that I directed into the ISIS-K bombing at Abbey Gate at Hamad Karzai International Airport that occurred on 26 August 2021 that caused the deaths of 11 Marines, 1 soldier, and 1 sailor. We have completed our solemn duty of informing surviving family members about the results of the investigation, and we're now providing it to the public in order to better inform you of the facts surrounding this tragic loss of life. While the majority of this detailed brief will be conducted in person by the investigating team who searched for the facts and interviewed more than 100 people, I wanted to take a moment at the beginning to provide my thoughts on the investigation and what the team determined. This brief will provide great context on the situation at Abbey Gate leading up to and during the attack, as well as the aftermath. I found the results of the team's work comprehensive, credible, and definitive. I found the brief you are about to receive to be powerful and moving. The volume of evidence collected, the testimony of more than 100 people, the analysis of experts, the findings of fact, and the conclusions of the team based upon that evidence gives a compelling and truthful examination of the event. The investigation found that a single explosive device killed at least 170 Afghan civilians and 13 U.S. service members by explosively directing ball bearings through a packed crowd and into our men and women at Abbey Gate. The disturbing lethality of this device was confirmed by the 58 U.S. service members who were killed and wounded despite the universal wear of body armor and helmets that did stop ball bearings that impacted them but could not prevent catastrophic injuries to areas not covered. The investigation found no definitive proof that anyone was ever hit or killed by gunfire, either U.S. or Afghan. This conclusion was based upon the careful consideration of sworn testimony of more than 100 witnesses, and especially those witnesses in observation towers, both American and British, who were in locations unaffected by the blast and that had commanding views of the scene before, during, and after the explosive attack. This conclusion was also confirmed by the findings and analysis of medical examiners and explosive experts, a review of all available physical evidence, and a review of all available video evidence, including an MQ-9 unmanned aerial vehicle, which began observing the scene about 3 minutes after the attack. At this point, I want to acknowledge that the investigation differs from what we initially believed on the day of the attack. At the time, the best information we had in the immediate aftermath of the attack indicated that it was a complex attack by both a suicide bomber and ISIS-K gunman. We now know that the explosively fired ball bearings caused wounds that looked like gunshots, and when combined with a small number of warning shots, that led many to assume that a complex attack had occurred. The fact that this investigation has contradicted our first impression demonstrates to me that the team went into this investigation with an open mind in search of the truth. It also confirms the age-old fact that the battlefield is a confusing and contradictory place, and it gets more confusing the closer you are to the actual action. That is why I ordered the investigation to find the truth. Our commitment to transparency has now led us to provide you our best information derived from a thorough and comprehensive investigation. The investigation found that military leadership on the ground was appropriately engaged on force protection measures throughout the operation of Abbey Gate, and that the medical services that were available and that were ready saved every life they possibly could through heroic efforts. This was a terrible attack that resulted in tragic outcomes and a horrific loss of life, both Afghan and American. My hope is that by the time this brief is over, you will have a clearer picture of the situation and of the attack. While nothing can bring back the 11 Marines, the soldier, and the sailor that we tragically lost in this attack, it's important that we fully understand what happened. Their sacrifice demands nothing less. With that, I'll now turn it over to the investigative team to provide you an extensive brief, and following that brief, they will be prepared to take your questions. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Lieutenant General Ron Clark, the Army Forces Central Command Component Commander. Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir. And good afternoon. As General McKenzie just said, I'm Lieutenant General Ron Clark. I'm the Commanding General of U.S. Army Central and 3rd Army. On the 15th of September 2021, I was tasked by U.S. Central Command to conduct an investigation into the facts and circumstances surrounding the attack on U.S. forces at Abbey Gate on the 26th of August 2021. The attack took place at Hamid Karzai International Airport in Kabul, Afghanistan, which we will refer to throughout this briefing as HKIA. As a result of this attack, 13 of our nation's best and brightest, our heroes, paid the ultimate sacrifice in an effort to save the lives of American citizens and thousands of Afghans during the non-combatant evacuation of HKIA. Our sincere condolences go out to the families, their loved ones, and all those who suffered this tragic loss of our fallen comrades. Our multi-service investigation team conducted a comprehensive examination of the tactical level actions on the ground by U.S. personnel at Abbey Gate. The team focused on gate operations, force protection, force posture, leadership, unit readiness, and all other relevant actions before, during, and after the attack. For this investigation, I appointed Brigadier General Lance Curtis, the Commanding General of the 3rd Expeditionary Sustainment Command, as our lead investigator. General Curtis and our investigative team will present the comprehensive, credible, and compelling facts and findings of this investigation. Lance?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Brigadier General Lance Curtis. I'm currently forward deployed in the CENTCOM AOR as a part of RCENT. On the 17th of September, I was appointed as a lead investigator to look at the attack on U.S. forces at Hamid Karzai International Airport on the 26th of August. At that time, I appointed a team of 7, and they are with me today. I have 2 Marines, Colonel C.J. Douglas of the MARCENT G5, and I have Lieutenant Colonel John Naughton, also of the MARCENT G5. I also have Lieutenant Colonel Bert Smith, Major Brad Hannon, Captain Alec Porter, and Lieutenants Nicole Rodriguez and Sean Poyani. We have conducted 70 interviews of 139 people in 5 different countries at 7 different locations. Those interviews averaged from 1 to 6 hours, and we had a total of 250 exhibits that were collected during the investigation. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time I want to talk about the key point slide. And at the end of the day, this drives the rest of the discussion. And quite frankly, some of these key points will be in contradiction to earlier information that you may have heard. Today we're going to show you why this was not a complex attack. It was a single blast, and it did not have a follow-on attack. There were a series of crossing fires to the front of the service members on the ground that created the illusion that there was a complex attack, but there absolutely was not. There were no gunshot wounds. We have universal agreement between the Armed Forces Medical Examiner's Office and also the medical providers on the ground. There were absolutely no gunshot wounds. During the course of our investigation, we found no evidence that post-blast U.S. service members killed other U.S. service members or Afghans. We refer to the Taliban as unlikely partners. Leading up to the time when we asked them to partner with us on the 16th of August, we were conducting kinetic attacks against the Taliban. Finally, we will show you conclusively why the time of the attack was 17:36 and 52 seconds. We have 2 overhead persistent infrared platforms that both independently detect the blast at that time. And we also have the classified chat room, which begins reporting the attack at 17:38. That was an indicator that the attack absolutely began before that. This is a timeline of key events that were important to our investigation. On the 15th of August, Kabul falls to the Taliban. Concurrently, President Ghani departs Kabul. On the 16th of August, we had the large security breach on the airfield, and we asked the Taliban to assist us in clearing the airfield at that time. And the airfield is cleared by 22:30 on the evening of the 16th. On the 19th of August, we have 2nd Battalion and 1st Marine Regiment that opens and mans Abbey Gate. Also, the Brits from 2 and 3 Para begin their operations out of the Barron Hotel on the 19th of August. On the 20th of August, we emplaced the Chevron, which consisted of 6 shipping containers at Abbey Gate. The Chevron is named because of the shape, and we'll show you some pictures that will give you a very good view of the Chevron later on. The Chevron is in place for at least 2 reasons: vehicle-borne ID threat mitigation, and also it enables processing at Abbey Gate. From the 20th through the 22nd of August, the gates were closed at HKIA. This is because the intermediate staging bases were at capacity. On the 25th of August, East and North Gate closed permanently. Now, we'll explain the reasons for that. East Gate was more challenging to process, given the geographic situation of the gate. At North Gate, there were vehicle-borne ID threats, and that was a leading cause in the decision to close North Gate. From the 25th through the 26th, we tracked the imminent threat streams at Abbey Gate and some of the other threat streams across HKIA. There were at least 4 imminent threat streams that occurred between the 25th and the 26th at Abbey Gate, and what we found is that leaders took the appropriate measures tied to these imminent threat streams. They would lower their profiles, seek cover, and at times they would even cease operations at the gate for periods of time. At 1600 on the 26th, Golf Company changed out 4th Platoon with 1st Platoon. This was an hour earlier than scheduled, but this was because the high op tempo that was occurring and also the sensory overload. This demonstrated that leaders were keeping their fingers on the pulse of the situation on the ground. We assessed that leader presence was high at Abbey Gate, not only on the 26th of August, but at all times. At 1700 on the 26th, Brigadier General Sullivan, who is the Joint Task Force Crisis Response Commander, was at Abbey Gate. That was 36 minutes before the blast. He was there for a meeting with the Brits and the Taliban. The 82nd Airborne Division Commander, the 24th MEU Commander, were also at Abbey Gate on the 26th of August. The 2nd Battalion, 1st Marine Regiment Battalion Commander was physically on the ground at the time of the blast, and he was wounded. And then we had multiple company commanders who were also on the ground at the time of the attack. At 17:36 and 52 seconds on the 26th, we have the actual attack. Then on the 31st of August, we have all U.S. aircraft and service members that depart HKIA early in the morning at 0002. This is an overview of HKIA. The outline of HKIA you see listed in red. The 1st of the 82nd, 1st Brigade, had half of the perimeter leading from the South Gate up to the North Gate. And then the Marines had the other half of the perimeter going from North Gate down to halfway between Abbey and South Gates. There are 2 comfort areas that you see as the white goose eggs. These were areas where the Afghans could have bed down, food, water, and also medical care if required. And then additionally, the State Department had another chance to process Afghans before they were actually put on the plane. There were 4 medical capabilities that you see listed on the map. The first one is the hospital. that is at Camp Alvarado in the upper left there. This was run by 1st Brigade of the 82nd, and it had one surgical team of 4. The highest level medical capability was the main hospital, and that's where the cursor is right now. This was a facility that was originally run by the Norwegians, but it became a joint facility. At any given time, it remained a coalition flavor, and that you would have seen Norwegians there and frequently Brits and Germans as well. This had 8 surgical teams of 4, a very robust medical capability, and it was sometimes referred to as the Roll 2 Enhanced, and this was because it had additional imaging capability, think CT scan. There were 2 shock trauma platoons. The first was at the East Gate in the Hardin facility, and that was run by the 2nd Battalion, 1st Marine Regiment. The second was run by the 24th MEU in very close proximity to the main hospital. There were high-speed avenues of approach indicated by the white arrows, most notably along the NSU gate and leading to the North Gate, which culminated in a traffic circle. This ultimately was a heavily influencing factor in the decision to close North Gate. Finally, I'll key in on Abbey Gate, which is highlighted in white at the bottom. In the next slide, we're going to show you a better view of Abbey Gate. But as we transition to the next slide, you'll see it will be inverse of what you presently see with the north-seeking arrow in the opposite direction. When we began the investigation, there were different units that manned Abbey Gate, and they called the sections of Abbey Gate by different names. We came to a common lexicon of 3 major portions of Abbey Gate: inner gate, outer gate, and the chevron. I'll start with the inner gate, which is in the yellow box. The inner gate is closest to the airfield. And once again, bear in mind this is an inverted view from what you just saw. There's an inner corridor that spans about 3 football fields leading down to the outer gate, which is also in the yellow box. There's an additional outer corridor, which is about 2 football fields leading down to the chevron, once again named because of the shape. The chevron was in place on the 20th of August and was primarily oriented towards vehicle-borne IED threat mitigation and also allowed processing. There are 3 towers that were important to our investigation. The first is the 82nd Tower, and you can see where the cursor is right now. This was a little bit outside of Abbey Gate, and the individuals who were there gave us a very good picture of what happened on the 26th of August before, during, and after the blast, because they are outside of the blast zone, and they are unaffected by the blast. The second tower is the Marine Sniper Tower. I would ask you to use that as a point of orientation during the brief. It figures very prominently. Additionally, it provided Marines an overwatch security position along the canal. And the last tower is the UK Tower, once again, also outside of the blast area. And we have individuals who are there who were not affected by the blast, and they were able to tell us what happened both before, during, and after the blast. The Baron Hotel is not a singular building. It's an entire complex, and you see it outlined in yellow. We have a canal that runs the length of Abbey Gate, and we have 2 footbridges, one that is 90 meters east of the Sniper Tower and the second that is next to the Baron Hotel complex. We have the actual blast location as pinpointed by post-blast EOD analysis, and finally we have a water tower, which is important to our findings of no complex attack, and we'll talk about that later in the brief.
Good afternoon. My name is Lieutenant Colonel John Naughton, and on this slide I'll be discussing the flow of evacuees at Abbey Gate throughout the course of the NEO. I'll begin with how the process was originally designed, then discuss how the process evolved as conditions changed on the ground. Directing your attention to the top right portion of the slide, you'll see the chevron obstacle we've referenced previously. Again, the chevron was comprised of 6 shipping containers put in place the morning of 20 August to mitigate against possible vehicle-borne improvised explosive device attacks and to establish an entry control point for the primary point of entry to Abbey Gate. The arrow on the top side of the chevron depicts the entrance to the entry control point, while the arrow on the bottom depicts the exit. As originally intended, potential evacuees would approach the Abbey corridor from the southwest and would be met by Taliban members outside the chevron, where the Taliban would conduct an initial search and inspect their documentation. If allowed to pass through the entry control point, they'd be met inside the chevron by either UK or US service members. If there were UK evacuees, they'd be escorted into the Baron Hotel compound, where they'd be processed and eventually loaded onto vehicles and transported into HKIA for evacuation. If there were U.S. evacuees, they'd be met by Marines from 2nd Battalion, 1st Marines, and escorted to the holding area they had established in the outer corridor. The following photo shows what the chevron looked like from the ground. To orient you, this photo was taken from the outer corridor looking towards the southwest. The Baron Hotel compound is being circled on the left. The troops on the ground are primarily from 2 and 3 Para, the UK units that were operating out of the Baron Hotel. In the center of the photo, 6 shipping containers are arrayed in the shape of a chevron, and on top are several Taliban members holding security, as it did throughout the operation. On the left side is a vehicle lane used primarily by the UK, and on the right side is a lane the Marines utilized as a holding area for potential evacuees. Potential evacuees in the outer corridor holding area would wait there for varying lengths of time, depending on conditions on the airfield. These next 2 photos give you an idea of what the outer corridor would have looked like during the NEO. The photo on the left is from 22 August and was taken from the inner corridor looking towards the outer corridor. For a point of reference, the sniper tower is being circled on the left, and the actual outer gate is visible in the middle. In the outer corridor, you see a large crowd of potential evacuees gathered. This photo was taken on day 3 of no flights departing HKIA with evacuees due to the intermediate staging bases being at capacity. As a result, no additional evacuees were being allowed to enter the airfield, so the end state was the gates got backed up, as depicted in this photo. The photo on the right was taken 25 August from just inside the outer gate. The Baron Hotel compound is in the background, and on the left side of the photo is the chain link fence with the canal on the back side. On the right side is a queue of potential evacuees stretching from the inner to the outer corridor. I'd like to draw your attention to the women and children in yellow. Women and children under the age of 13 would have been searched by members of the female search team, which was comprised of female Marines and corpsmen, primarily from the 24th MU, who were tasked with searching and escorting women and children, and generally helped to de-escalate a variety of tense situations at the gates. The male evacuees would have been searched by male Marines. All evacuees would have been searched initially in the outer corridor, but once they entered the inner corridor, they would have undergone a more thorough search, where Marines have gone through their bags to ensure they did not bring any contraband onto the airfield. These 2 photos illustrate the close personal contact between service members and evacuees required during these types of operations. Once potential evacuees moved into the inner corridor, they would enter another holding area before moving on to the inner gate area, where State Department representatives will inspect their documentation. If the State Department representatives approve their documents, evacuees would pass through the inner gate, load a bus, and eventually get transported to the Evacuation Control Center to get evacuated. If their documents were rejected, the potential evacuees would be turned back over to the Marines, who would escort them back out through the gate, either to the canal area or through the chevron. Of note, during interviews, Marines stated this was one of the most difficult and challenging tasks they dealt with throughout the NEO, as they literally had potential evacuees begging and pleading for their lives as they were being escorted back out. That's how the process was originally designed, and if an evacuee were moved straight from the chevron to the inner gate, it would have been about a 5-minute walk. However, that rarely happened. As conditions on the ground changed, the process for evacuee flow at Abbey Gate evolved. One of the reasons the process evolved was the Taliban became less and less cooperative at the chevron, and Marines reported during interviews that there were entire days where not a single U.S. document holder entered through the chevron. Marines also reported seeing the Taliban turn potential evacuees away, beating potential evacuees, and even made allegations of Taliban shooting at potential evacuees. So as the chevron became largely impassable and potential evacuees became more and more desperate, they began to seek out and utilize alternate ingress routes to bypass Taliban checkpoints. These routes are generally depicted by the large yellow arrows on the left-hand side of the slide. And what we found happened was posts would go out on traditional or social media highlighting the conditions and locations of Taliban checkpoints around HKIA. This post on the left is calling out the conditions at the chevron on 25 August. We also learned during the investigation that in order to maximize the number of evacuees, U.S. service members and government officials worked directly with human intelligence personnel on the ground at HKIA, as well as a number of private organizations, to talk evacuees onto routes they could use to bypass the Taliban checkpoints. So maps like the one on the right would be sent to an evacuee, and would highlight the route they could use to bypass checkpoints and gain access to Abbey Gate. The result would be similar to what's seen in the photo in the center, which shows large numbers of potential evacuees using side roads and back alleys to get to H-Kaya. So as potential evacuees would make their way down these alternate routes, they'd eventually arrive at this parking lot area that's being circled now. Then they would have a few options for getting close to the outer gate area. They could turn left down the far side canal walkway, they could utilize the canal itself, or they could cross the footbridge and turn down the near side canal walkway. This photo was taken 25 August from the Sniper Tower, and it's looking towards the Barron Hotel, which you can see in the background. The canal area is on the left, and the canal itself is full, as is the far side walkway. We assess that the vast majority of people who see in the canal area would have gotten there by using one of the alternate ingress routes. This next photo was taken 26 August from further east down the canal, looking towards the Sniper Tower, which you see being circled. The canal is in the middle of the photo. The left side of the canal is the far side walkway, and the right side is the near side walkway. On the 26th, both walkways were full, with people trying to make their way towards the outer gate area. The next photo is also from the 26th, and is taken from the far side of the canal, looking towards the near side and the Sniper Tower. A group of Marines is at the base of the Sniper Tower, trying to control the large crowd of potential evacuees on the near side canal walkway, and they are separated by a series of Jersey barriers. The photo shows how densely packed the canal was on 26 August, and this gives you an idea of why there were so many casualties as a result of the attack, as people were packed in the canal, shoulder to shoulder, chest to back, standing immediately in front of the blast site. It's important to highlight that early on in the operation, the canal facilitated crowd control and provided some standoff between U.S. service members on the near side of the canal and potential evacuees on the far side of the canal. Additionally, because it was a sewage canal, potential evacuees were hesitant early in evacuation to use the canal as an avenue of approach. However, that changed dramatically and rapidly as desperation levels increased and more people began using the alternate ingress routes. It's also important to note that just about every person seen in the canal is holding up some form of documentation in an effort to get identified and pulled from the canal to be evacuated. This illustrates the complex and dynamic nature of this operation, as U.S. service members at Abbey Gate were tasked with identifying potential evacuees in possession of the necessary documentation, pulling them from a large, unruly crowd, and then getting them transported to the Evacuation Control Center. As a result of our investigation, we assess that it is highly likely the attacker from 26 August utilized one of the alternate ingress routes to access the Abbey Gate area, because he would not have had to pass through a Taliban checkpoint, and he would not have had to show identification to get close enough to U.S. service members to detonate his device. While the intent was to take advantage of the terrain at Abbey Gate to execute an orderly evacuation process, conditions on the ground changed, people became more desperate, and the process evolved. Regardless of the process utilized, the nature of evacuation operations requires close personal contact between U.S. service members and evacuees at some point along the way. This video is from the morning of 25 August. The Marines seen in the video are from Echo Company, 2nd Battalion, 1st Marines. The two Marines you can see are standing on the Jersey barriers at the base of the Sniper Tower. The Marine on the left is holding himself up on the chain link fence, which runs adjacent to the Sniper Tower. The Marine on the right will get pulled into the crowd by the muzzle of his weapon, and his fellow Marines will enter the crowd to assist him. Towards the end of the video, a Marine will come into view on the left, and you'll hear him call to reinforce the area. We show you this video for 3 reasons. First, it demonstrates how large, desperate, and aggressive the crowds were at Abbey Gate, bearing in mind that this video was taken a little more than 24 hours prior to the attack. And we know from the investigation that the crowds at Abbey Gate swelled exponentially the evening of the 25th and into the 26th. So the crowd would have been even larger, more desperate, and more aggressive at the time of the attack. The second reason is to illustrate the level of discipline and restraint displayed by Marines on a daily basis at Abbey Gate, as the Marines could have responded with deadly force after a man grabbed the Marine's rifle, but they opted not to. Finally, we show you this video to help understand why there was such a large number of Marines concentrated at the base of the Sniper Tower at the time of the attack on the 26th, as they needed to be there to control the large, desperate crowd and enable the evacuation to continue at Abbey Gate.
Staff short! Staff short! Hey, Brett, can I get you to reinforce this? Can I get you guys to reinforce this?
The next video is the only known footage of the blast itself. This is 48 meters from the blast. There's a white Hilux truck and 3 Marines. A single individual dressed in all black steps forward from the crowd. In that space between the Marine in the foreground and his antenna is where you're going to see that individual. The blast seems to emanate from this individual. The blast builds in the V where the cursor is right now, in between the 2 Marines. And then there's a building that is currently not on the screen. It's on the left. And you will see the blast overpressure coming through that window. It looks like dust. And that gives you an idea regarding the blast effects that service members on the ground were actually feeling even 48 meters from the blast. Finally, you will see the Marines orient towards the blast and they will seek cover. We'll play the video once and then we'll stop and slow down and show you key aspects of the video. Alec, play the video, please. First thing you'll see is in that space between the Marine's antenna and his chest, you'll see an individual dressed in all black where the cursor is circling right now. The blast seems to emanate from this individual. You will see the blast build in that V between the Marine's antenna on the forefront and the Marine in the center. And then you also see the overpressure, it looks like dust, that's coming through the window there. That gives you an idea for what individuals on the ground were feeling in the way of blast effects. Finally, you will see the Marines orient towards the blast and seek cover.
Good afternoon, I'm Major Brad Hannon. The following video is from an overhead platform. The video begins 3 minutes and 8 seconds after the attack. This full video will be made available following this briefing, and the edges of the video have been blurred to protect classified data from being displayed in order to allow us to release this footage. The attack occurs at 17:36 and 52 seconds and is time-stamped by two different overhead persistent infrared, or OPIR, detection sensors. These detections of a single blast indicate the origin point of the blast to have been in the vicinity of Abbey Gate. The intelligence cell takes that report and provides the information of an explosion having occurred to the intelligence and information sharing platform. Those reports are used to redirect the aircraft that you're about to see. As the footage begins, what you are seeing initially is the drone pilot orienting the camera to Abbey Gate at the Abbey Inner Gate. The initial movement seen is the Marines reacting to the blast, moving down the inner corridor to assist at the site of the attack. This is the inner corridor area and is where State Department personnel processed evacuees during the evacuation. There are quite a few vehicles in the corridor, some of which were pre-positioned as blocking obstacles for the closure of the gate before the Joint Tactical Exfil, and some were used to evacuate casualties following triage. On the left, the drone pilot maneuvers over the outer gate now, and as well as the outer corridor. On the left is the Chevron and the Baron Hotel complex. Having reached the end of the corridor, the drone pilot searches back up the corridor for the site of the attack. The video will be paused here to show you a few things. The vehicle seen on the far left of the screen is the white truck that was in the background of the previous video of the blast. The previous video would have been filmed from right here. As Brigadier General Curtis mentioned, this truck is 48 meters from the blast. The site of the attack was right here on the bottom right of the screen, just out of view due to the angle of the camera and the aircraft. Later in this video, the drone pilot reorients the camera and the aircraft to better view the site of the attack. On the left-hand side of the screen, you can see the building where the blast overpressure passed through that window in the blast video. In the center of the screen is the U shape of Jersey barriers along with the high-visibility orange panel that is attached to the fence. These points of reference denote the original hole in the fence, which is important because prior to the attack, Marines would have had to walk 30 meters from the outer gate, down the outer corridor, through the hole in the fence, and then back another 30 meters to the base of the sniper tower. That 60-meter distance is a long way to evacuate a casualty, and exhibiting rapid response and adaptability, the Marines shortened that distance by cutting 2 additional holes in the fence closer to the outer gate. Finally, I would like to point out the white vehicle on the far right, which is a visual indicator for being directly across the canal from the site of the attack. Next, the video will be fast-forwarded to the 2-minute mark as the drone pilot is going to actually leave Abbey Gate for a moment, so the footage is contextual but not relevant to the specific events as they occurred. Please be advised the next segment of video is graphic in that it clearly depicts casualty evacuation after the attack. You will not be able to identify individuals, but the movement is clearly visible. As the next segment of video begins, the drone pilot has switched his electric optical infrared camera to IR mode, which is better for tracking and identifying movement. The camera orients first on the parking lot area and then pans past the site of the attack and focuses on an IR light on the ground near the original hole in the fence. For the next several seconds, the camera will focus on this area as Marines continue to evacuate casualties through the original hole in the fence. At this point, about 5.5 minutes after the attack, the canal has emptied significantly as compared to the photos shown in the previous portion of this brief. The far side walkway across the canal also appears distinctly different from those photos. The natural inclination of the crowd is to move away from the blast. UK troops were not allowing passage from the canal towards the Baron Hotel as a security measure. The crowd then is forced together and pushed back down towards the east past the site of the attack. In many cases, people had to run behind and over the site of the attack. The location being shown now is where a Marine cut an additional hole in the fence about 10 meters from the original hole, which shortens the evacuation distance by 20 meters. Analysis of the video footage by the drone analyst specified the fact that they did not see any gunfire at any point throughout this video, either incoming or outgoing. The location being pointed out now is the second hole that the Marines cut into the fence 10 meters from the base of the sniper tower, which again significantly shortened the evacuation distance. The video continues as Marines evacuate personnel and move them into the inner corridor where they had a pre-planned casualty collection point for initial treatment and triage. The movement of several personnel towards higher levels of care has already begun by this point in the footage. The video is paused here in order to point out a few things about the site of the attack. What is shown now is 7 minutes and 21 seconds post-blast. The view clearly shows the site of the attack, which originates from here. There were 3 distinct large groups of potential evacuees who were injured and killed in the blast. The first being identified right now was directly surrounding the attacker on the far side walkway when he set off the device. The second is inside the canal below the wall where the device was detonated. The third large group of potential evacuees were near the base of the sniper tower, crowded and trying to work with the Marines in order to gain entry. This is the central point of where the U.S. casualties, which is being identified now. In addition to evacuation efforts, Marines moved to the outer corridor in order to assist in providing security along the wall, but again, no outgoing fire can be seen. This video will end in about 30 seconds, which is 8 minutes post-attack. By 20 minutes post-attack, all U.S. casualties were evacuated and moved into the inner corridor area for triage at the casualty collection point. All U.S. personnel were pulled back into the inner corridor, and no U.S. personnel left the gate again until the next morning when Explosive Ordnance Disposal Team performs the blast analysis at 6 a.m. Eventually, 2 and 3 para units left the Barron Hotel in order to secure the outer corridor between the Barron Hotel and the outer gate until the end of their evacuation is complete.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Lieutenant Colonel Bert Smith. I'm going to first orient you to the slide. The blast is located at the top of the slide on the far side of the canal. The 2 white arrows show the fragmentation pattern from the explosion. The killed in action are depicted in blue, and the wounded in action in yellow. At the time of the blast, Gulf Company and Fox Company 2-1 Marines were conducting evacuation operations in the outer gate area. First platoon of Gulf Company was holding back the crowd at the base of the tower at the Jersey barriers and simultaneously conducting evacuation screening of those in the canal area. Echo Company, Weapons Company of 2-1 Marines were supporting from the inner corridor and also conducting other operations to prepare for the eventual closure of Abbey Gate. The killed in action at Abbey Gate number 13 on the 26th of August. The closest being 3 service members were approximately 3 meters from the blast, or 10 feet. They were standing up on the canal wall searching for potential evacuees amongst the crowd. The farthest killed in action was nearly 17 meters from the blast, located near the vehicle in the outer corridor at the bottom of the slide. There were 26 wounded in action treated at the medical facilities at HKIA on the 26th of August. 19 of those were wounded and were medically evacuated on 27 August. The reason so many service members were consolidated at the base of the sniper tower was the necessity to hold back the crowd and to continue screening for potential evacuees for as long as possible to save as many lives as possible. The fragmentation pattern shown on the previous slide is overlaid here on the Abbey Gate terrain. It's combined with data from the Defense Threat Reduction Agency's BOOM tool, which measures pressure over range and determines blast effects of an explosion. Based on the size of the device, the blast effects were felt 50 meters out at Abbey Gate. Now, Zone A is marked in red, and this is where service members were exposed to the fragmentation of the blast itself, as well as full blast effects. Blast Zone B, marked in orange, is located in the outer corridor. The service members there would have felt unmitigated blast effects. The 3 Marines in the video of the blast were located just on the edge of Blast Zone B, 48 meters. You saw they involuntarily buckled when the blast wave passed through their location. Zone C is marked in yellow. It's located in the inner corridor. The service members here would have been exposed to mitigated blast effects. The walls of the inner corridor and the sniper tower would have offered them some protection from the blast. Now, it's important to discuss blast effects because it explains why the number of wounded in action has actually risen after the attack. As units redeployed from HKIA, they conducted screening for traumatic brain injury and it discovered that additional service members were wounded in this attack. There are now 45 DoD service members listed as wounded from this event. The Explosive Ordnance Disposal Unit, HKIA, conducted a post-blast analysis 13 hours after the attack on the morning of 27 August. They established the location of the blast as the far side of the canal. The picture on the left is the view from the bomber looking across the canal at the service members at the base of the tower. EOD establishes the location of the attacker because they found fragmentation, noted by the yellow arrows, in the inside of the near side canal wall. The attacker would have had to have been standing on the far side of the canal for the fragmentation to end up in that location. The picture on the right is a view of the service members looking at the attacker from the base of the tower. You can see the charring on the fence behind the silhouette we've placed there. It's another indication the attacker was on the far side of the canal when the device was exploded. Now, EOD determined this was a directional device. It was command detonated, 20 pounds of military-grade explosives, and was person-borne. They sought forensic analysis of potential delivery device mechanisms. They collected shards of backpacks and other fabric and debris. But forensics were inconclusive, and no delivery mechanism could be determined under the circumstances, which is why we call it a person-borne IED. EOD was able to conclude, however it was delivered, the device would have been elevated on the attacker's body when he stepped up to the edge of the canal and exploded the ordnance, which explains why fragmentation was projected both into the canal, landing in that wall, and also across into the service members on the far side of the canal. The fragmentation found at the blast site was 5mm ball bearings. The Armed Forces Medical Examiner's Office also found ball bearings during autopsies of the 13 killed in action. The Armed Forces Medical Examiner's Office concluded the penetrative injuries suffered by those killed in action were caused solely by the ball bearings. They did not find bullet fragmentation or other evidence that gunshot wounds were suffered during the attack at Abbey Gate. Wounds from ball bearings look remarkably similar to gunshot wounds, and the first responders at Abbey Gate may have confused the cause of the injuries. Additionally, doctors treating the casualties at the hospitals at North HKIA were openly describing the injuries as gunshot wounds in front of service members. These descriptions were meant to aid the providers treating the various traumas and as a point of reference amongst them. These were not medical determinations of the cause of injuries. The Armed Forces Medical Examiner's Office does make determinations on cause of injuries and found that ball bearings caused catastrophic injuries to the upper chest, neck, and face, as well as the lower abdomen of those killed in action at Abbey Gate. The number of potential evacuees killed and injured was difficult to determine. Open source reporting from approximately 3 days after the blast concluded that over 160 to 170 were killed by this explosion in this attack. Based on the number of potential evacuees outside Abbey Gate in the vicinity of the canal area, at the time of the blast, as shown in the pictures at the upper left and the upper right, combined with statements from service members who were at Abbey Gate post-blast, we found this number to be reasonable under the circumstances. In a few moments, we'll discuss the lack of a complex attack, but it should be noted there was outgoing small arms fire in the form of warning shots post-blast. This came from U.S. service members as well as coalition forces. Based on the evidence collected during the investigation, we concluded the shots fired post-blast did not contribute to the injuries suffered by the potential evacuees at Abbey Gate. The injuries suffered from potential evacuees are attributed solely to the blast.
I am Colonel C.J. Douglas, and I will discuss the details on the key finding that this was not a complex attack. The attack at Abbey Gate was a single personal-borne improvised explosive device with no associated enemy small arms fire. Through a review of the overhead persistent infrared detection sensor data, the U.S. Explosive Ordnance Disposal Report, and subsequent interviews with personnel in the Abbey corridor and surrounding area, the investigation determined there was only one explosion. Early reports described a complex attack, including reports of gunfire and gunshot wounds. We now know this is not true. Additionally, there is no proof that any U.S. or Afghan person was injured or killed by gunfire. Several factors contributed to the initial belief that this attack was complex, including the fog of war and disorientation due to blast effects, the Marines' heightened alert toward the Taliban, and the presence of gunfire used for warning shots. Within seconds of the blast, Marines experienced mental and physical friction. Mentally, they worked through the uncertainty about what had just occurred and the possibility that the Taliban could be responsible. Very quickly, Marines determined the Taliban were neither involved nor threatening U.S. personnel. Physically, Marines experienced blast effects which caused disorientation. Several interviews discussed the presence of tear gas, which was released when the CS canisters worn on the Marines' equipment were punctured by ball bearings from the blast. At this point, Marines were simultaneously enduring tear gas and blast effects while responding to a mass casualty situation. Plainly put, the blast created instant chaos and sensory overload. And as you've seen from the pictures and videos, this affected the enormous potential evacuee population as well. Through a number of interviews with personnel who were not impacted by the blast, witnesses confirmed gunfire was present, as warning shots were fired from 3 separate locations in order to maintain crowd control. For context, these events all happened in a very short amount of time. I'll explain how and where the gunfire originated. The 2 blue dots closest to the Baron Hotel depict UK forces that fired warning shots across the frontage of Marines in the corridor and over the heads of evacuees. The shots were fired in order to assist with dispersing the crowds within the corridor. The 3rd blue dot depicts a Marine element that fired 4 warning shots over the head of an individual who displayed concerning behavior and appeared to be observing the casualty site. This individual of interest ultimately fled unharmed. These events occurred a short time after the attack and resulted in nearly simultaneous gunfire from 3 separate points, traveling across the frontage of service members operating within a confined space. That confined space caused an echo, which created the illusion of a firefight. The 4th blue dot depicts the location of a team of Marines who observed gunfire going across their frontage to the east. During interviews, this team of Marines stated they observed a military-age male armed with an AK-47 on top of the 2-story building with a water tower. Although the Marines did not see him fire, they believed he exhibited hostile intent when they observed him with the weapon and also observed the subsequent gunfire across their frontage following the blast. They engaged him but did not see any effect. Further interviews concluded that no one had seen any effect on the individual. In closing, interviews with personnel located at 2 positions that were outside the blast effect area confirmed that the gunfire observed within Abbey Gate corridor was simply warning shots that were fired to disperse the crowd, and there was no complex attack.
Another key aspect of the investigation reviewed the medical capabilities. We have universal agreement between the Armed Forces Medical Examiner's Office and also the highly experienced medical providers on the ground that the wounds sustained by the killed in action at Abbey Gate were so catastrophic that none could be saved. The investigation heard important witness accounts from doctors and first responders who explained that triage was very effective at the point of injury. And there was a robust medical capability, including 9 surgical teams of 4 and a shock trauma platoon located close to Abbey and East Gates. An ER doc assigned to the shock trauma platoon directly contributed to the saved lives. Fortuitously, leaders on the ground kept medical capabilities in place longer than originally planned. This meant that at the time of the attack, we were in the best possible position on the ground and to respond. Although still tragic, medical providers assured that every service member that could be was saved.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's been an honor to brief you today with the intent of taking you virtually to Abbey Gate. All of that in an effort to gain a better understanding of the conditions on the ground, as well as the exceptional professionalism, determination, and courage of our Marines, soldiers, and sailors. We look forward to answering any or all of your questions at this time.
We'll start with AP on the phone, Lita Baldor.
Hi, Lolita Baldor with the Associated Press. I was wondering if you could address a little bit more fully what, if anything, the Taliban may have been able to do to prevent this. I mean, was there, because you say there were a number of avenues that were being used that people knew about to some degree, was there a deliberate, I guess, lack of effort by the Taliban to control this? Does the Taliban bear any responsibility?
This is General Curtis. What I can tell you is that, as we mentioned previously in the brief, there was a 1700 meeting that occurred right before the attack, 36 minutes before the blast. This was actually a topic of discussion that was being discussed at that briefing between Brigadier General Sullivan, the Brits, and the Taliban. And I would also like to point out that what also is heavily influencing to this situation is that the situation over a very condensed time period changed dramatically. And the numbers that were actually at Abbey Gate swelled significantly, and that certainly impacted the situation.
Jen.
General Curtis, how can you rule out that the Taliban did not know that this bomber was heading in that direction? Is it possible that the bomber knew about the 5 o'clock meeting and was just late and was trying to disrupt that meeting? And how, later when you say that it was quickly determined the Taliban were not involved by the Marines there, how can you say that? What evidence do you have?
The meeting, once again, that occurred at 1700, 36 minutes before the blast. This was also an opportunity for the Taliban to share any information that they had with U.S. forces, and our best indicators are that they did that. We don't have any evidence through the course of our investigation that leads us to believe that the Taliban knew about this attack.
But then why was the gate, if there was so much intelligence that morning, why was the gate still open at 5:36? Wasn't it supposed to be closed already? Was it kept open for some reason?
Jennifer, there were several times when there was discussion of closing the gate. And I don't want to anchor everything on that 1700 meeting, but I know for a fact that's another topic that was being discussed. So there are several influencing factors on the time, and keeping the gate open. One influencing factor certainly is that there are still individuals that are being identified in that large crowd that fit the criteria. A second influencing factor is that we have coalition forces who still have individuals that we know they're trying to also evacuate. But those are two lead influencing factors. And then another is that we're also very mindful of what happened on the 16th of August when we actually had Afghans that flooded the airfield. We absolutely want to prevent another situation like that because we know that that can influence several things. It can throw off our timelines for departure, and it also takes a lot of time to clear those crowds.
Lastly, there were reports at the time that the identity of this bomber was known in advance. Is that true?
Jennifer, there is a separate investigation that is being conducted by the FBI that's taking a look at that. That's outside the scope of our investigation.
Courtney Cuby, NBC.
Hey, two things. So I just want to be clear, that meeting that you keep referencing, the 5 p.m. meeting, part of that on the discussion of that was when to close the gate. Just to be clear, that the decision was made there that the gate was not going to close yet, correct?
What I would tell you, Courtney, is that it was a topic of discussion. I would not say that the decision was made in that meeting, but it was a topic of discussion at that time.
What time did the gate usually close? I mean, was it usually?
Well, I think there's a difference between the gate actually closing and ceasing operations at the gate. There's a very big difference. So there are always individuals that are there, but whether or not they're actually processing evacuees is different. So ceasing operations, lowering profile, seeking cover, and also not processing is very different from actually closing.
And then just one more. On the timeline, there's a 25-26 August reference that says there were 4-minute threat streams reported at Abbey Gate and 2-1 leaders take appropriate action. Can you tell us about those 4 threat streams? What specifically was the threat?
There were multiple threat streams during the course of operations at HKIA. Those particular threat streams, I won't go into details on them, but what I can tell you is they were consistent with other reporting that had occurred, but they were very non-specific. So there was nothing coming out of those particular threat streams at that time that would have led them to believe, that what occurred at 17:36 and 52 seconds was about to occur.
There's no Americans there. This operation is completely over. Is there a reason you can't tell us a little bit more about what you were? What I'm curious is, were there threat streams that were coming in, so you were focused your security more on something else, and that's maybe how this bomber was able to get in? I'm wondering if can you shed any light on that?
Well, as I mentioned, Courtney, I think the threat streams were not specific at that particular time.
We'll take one from the phone. Tara Kopp, Defense One, if you're on the line.
Hi, thank you both. Thank you all for doing this. I have a couple of follow-up questions. We haven't been able to see the video of the Marine being pulled into the crowd, but after that event happened, were there any discussions about putting up additional defenses for the Marines there right along the perimeter, if not a Jersey barrier, something similar, instead of just more personnel? And then secondly, has there been any evidence gathered from the scene, fragments, et cetera, that has helped in the law enforcement investigation in identifying the affiliation of the bomber? Thank you.
Well, Tara, thanks for that question. As we look at you couldn't see the video, but basically it showed 2 Marines standing on top of Jersey barrier, and one was pulled into the crowd by the barrel of his weapon by a potential evacuee. In that case, what I'd like to highlight is that, again, this is a non-combatant evacuation. So rather than using deadly force or force really of any kind, the Marines showed great restraint, discipline, and courage by just retrieving their teammate from the crowd and moving on. Part of the reason that there were no additional barriers or constraints had to do with the fact that they were actively pulling potential evacuees from the crowd, which included American citizens and others. So again, they had to have access to the crowd, and they had to have close personal contact with those that they were trying to move to a location to get processed. I'd also offer that if you go back to the slide that showed where our service members were wounded or killed, a number of service members were on top of the wall, again, for the purpose of trying to identify individuals to be evacuated as a part of the non-combatant evacuation operation.
So it sounds like there wasn't really an option to add additional barrier protection for all of those service members on the wall.
They provided protection in other ways. There were means through which we know that the device was command detonated, not detonated by some sort of phone or remote control device because of countermeasures that were used at the gate at the time. Based on the threats and the streams that the command received and pushed all the way down to company level, commanders on the ground took the appropriate measures to lower their profile, cease operations if they needed to, or close the gate if necessary to protect the force. Because the bottom line is, we evacuated 124,000 people out of HKIA. In order to get that kind of volume through a screening process that requires them to have appropriate documentation and to be physically checked on the ground, it's an arduous task. But again, it takes close personal contact on the part of Marine soldiers and sailors in order to do that.
Nancy.
Thank you. In your presentation, you throughout describe a deteriorating security situation on all fronts. The Taliban wasn't checking documents or letting in Americans or those with documentation, these new routes that opened up. And I was just wondering if you could help me understand a couple of things. One, who made the determination to not close the gate, and on what basis was it? I mean, you talk about these meetings, but it seems that there were several. Who had the authority? Who decided, let's keep the gate open?
Commander on the ground was Rear Admiral Pete Baisley. He was the commander of U.S. Forces Afghanistan, and all of the forces on the ground were under his command and control. Okay. Every day, not just on the 26th, but every day, forces on the ground there, specifically the commander of JTF 82, Major General Donahue, was tasked by General Sullivan to meet with the Taliban because HKIA was basically a defense in depth. So the Taliban being unlikely partners, as we described in the brief, there was an ongoing dialogue about how we were to continue to work with them to facilitate the evacuation.
So I appreciate that, but I guess what I don't understand is there are those yellow arrows coming in that showed how people were bypassing sort of the original checkpoint. Why was there not additional security measures put in by the U.S. at that point, or some way to sort of be able to inspect people coming in that way?
Sir, may I? So I think it's very important to once again go back to the fact how quickly this happened. And I also would mention that it is vitally important that at this time there is a constant assessment that is going on between the risk to force and the risk to mission. So trying to push potential U.S. service members out that far really would have dramatically increased the risk to our service members.
Well then, my final question is, based on your findings, is there a scenario in which this could have been prevented? And if so, how?
Based upon our investigation at the tactical level, this was not preventable. And the leaders on the ground followed the proper measures. And anytime there was an imminent threat warning, they followed the proper procedures. They lowered their profile, they sought cover, and at times they even ceased operations at the gate.
And if I can caveat, the reason that we identified the number of leaders who were on the ground throughout the course of the day on the 26th is because, again, it's understanding of the hazards of our chosen profession and knowing that the leaders need to be on the ground to share those same hardships with their subordinates. So understanding that the mission is very difficult but necessary, those leaders were on the ground to ensure that it was done properly.
Yes, General, but what I'm hearing you guys say is with the resources available and the mission before them, it was not preventable. That's what I'm hearing you say.
That is correct.
Thank you.
We have time for one more question. Oren Lieberman, CNN.
You spoke to U.S. forces as well as coalition forces. What effort was made, if any, to speak to Afghan witnesses who were there through intermediaries? It seems you have the perspective of those of the U.S. forces who generally would have had HKIA behind them, so they're looking one direction, but not Afghan witnesses, of which there were certainly many who survived, who had the opposite perspective, 180 degrees view. Was there any effort made through intermediaries to reach out to any of those?
A challenge for us was that by the time we started investigating this, obviously U.S. forces had already left. But I think a very important aspect regarding that was that what we did have was we had individuals who were able to tell us, I talked about the individuals in the tower. That's one example. Unaffected by the blast and able to tell us what happened before, during, and after the blast, and unaffected by what actually happened. So talking to actual Afghans, very difficult given the current structure of Afghanistan and also the fact that U.S. forces had already left.
But we use, for example, and I'm using this broadly, we're in touch with Qatar to get U.S. citizens out. Even just a few days ago, there was a flight. Was there any effort made through Qatar or through somebody else that has people on the ground there to reach out to the Afghan witnesses? If not, why not? It seems that's a valuable perspective.
Yeah. That was during the course of our investigation, we did not have an opportunity to speak with Afghans on the ground.
And one more question. How many U.S. and coalition service members in all opened fire with the warning shots? And do you know how many rounds were fired in total, ballpark?
So from the Brett locations, the estimate was 25 to 30 rounds. From the 3rd Marine location, they had the individual that caused concern to them, approximately 4 rounds from there. And then from the last location, I think that exact round count is unknown at this time.
Okay, we got to wrap it up, you guys.
Just a quick clarification about the 5 p.m. meeting. Were you asked by your partners to keep the gate open during that meeting?
It was a topic of discussion.
I know also there's a time limitation today, so we will make sure everybody is where they need to be when they need to be there. Good morning. I just wanted to note at the top I'm wearing red today in honor of National Wear Red Day and American Heart Month. Heart disease is the leading cause of death in the United States, claiming the lives of 650,000 people every year, with a disproportionate burden on communities of color. The President is committed to supporting Americans in their efforts to achieve better heart health and closing the racial gaps in cardiovascular disease. That's why we're taking a whole-of-government approach to reduce diet-related chronic diseases and encourage every American to live a healthy lifestyle. The President has also called on Congress to launch his ARPA-H initiative, which would invest billions of dollars in preventing, detecting, and treating cancer, cardiovascular conditions, and other deadly diseases. And there are a number of other red wearers today in here, too. I don't want to speak to what you picked picked out of your closet, but maybe you're recognizing the same thing. Also wanted to note that a new competition and supply chain announcement that came out yesterday, I should say, from the Justice Department and the U.S. Department of Agriculture. They launched farmerfairness.gov, a new online tool that gives farmers and ranchers a one-stop shop for reporting potentially illegal practices in agricultural markets. As the President noted when he met with farmers and ranchers last month, the meat processing industry is highly consolidated. Just 4 companies control most of the markets for beef, poultry, and pork. That gives meat processors enormous power over farmers and ranchers, and too often they use that power to exploit and underpay them. The launch of this new tool is a critical part of the Biden-Harris administration's action plan for a fair, more competitive, and more resilient meat and poultry supply chain. This is a one-stop shop to report potential violations, and it will allow the Justice Department and the USDA to better address anti-competitive actions and create meat and poultry markets that are fair to American farmers and ranchers. Finally, wanted to note this shortly, the President will sign an executive order to improve timeliness, lower costs, and increase quality in federal construction projects. The order requires the use of project labor agreements on federal construction projects, which will help the management and coordination challenges that can stymie progress on major construction projects. Federal construction projects span the country, as we all know, from the maintenance of nuclear sites to the upkeep at our military bases to waterways and flood projects. Based in the FY 2021 figures, the order can affect $262 billion in federal government construction, contracting, and improve job quality for the nearly 200,000 workers on federal construction contracts. Additionally, as directly in the previous executive order, starting January 30th, federal contractors will be paid a $15 minimum wage. And briefly, the week ahead, last thing, on Monday, as you all know, the President will welcome the Chancellor of Germany to the White House, Chancellor Scholz. They will affirm the deep and enduring ties between the United States and Germany and discuss their shared commitment to ongoing diplomacy and joint efforts to deter further Russian aggression against Ukraine. They will also discuss our close cooperation on everything from the COVID-19 pandemic, to addressing the threat of climate change and promoting international security based on our shared democratic values. They will then participate in a joint press availability following the bilateral meeting. On Tuesday and Wednesday, the President will participate in events at the White House, providing updates on his economic plan to lower costs for the American people and create more good-paying jobs. And on Thursday, he will travel to continue promoting his agenda. I expect we'll have more details on that in the coming days. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. So yesterday, you and the State Department spokesman Ned Price both took issue with reporters asking for evidence of your statements with respect to the Syria strike and the Russian false flag operation. Do you really believe that journalists are repeating Russian and Islamic State propaganda in pursuing those questions, first of all? And second of all, will you be offering evidence of your claims with respect to what happened in Syria when they become available?
Absolutely, and let me just start by saying that we welcome tough questions and good faith scrutiny. Otherwise, I wouldn't come out here. I wouldn't have come out here almost 180 times and engaged with all of you and your tough questions and good faith scrutiny. As I noted in the response to a question from your colleague yesterday, which wasn't in all of the context of what was put out there, we are less than 48 hours from the end of the mission. So the Department of Defense is still conducting after-action assessments. That's a natural part of the process that occurs. I also conveyed in my answer to the question the President directed his Department of Defense take every precaution to minimize civilian casualties, and that we would release all of the information we could. And we absolutely remain committed to that, to answer the other part of your question. While I did not go into this level of detail during the plane gaggle, we also did a number of briefings, a number of you participated in yesterday, to brief out a number of the specific details, including the fact that we sent out special operators at significant risk to themselves to minimize the risk of civilian casualties. Of course, that's different than doing a strike, which would not be as much risk to individuals involved. But obviously, these individuals were on the ground for a couple of hours as we briefed out. It would have been easier to do an airstrike. But as a result, we have firsthand reports from our elite service members who were on the ground and risked their lives to kill a terrorist responsible for the slaughter and enslavement of the Yazidi religious minority in northwestern Iraq in 2014, who bears responsibility for a recent set of attacks against the Iraqi security forces, and who took a terrorist off the battlefield who seeks to harm Americans. But of course, we respect and value the role of the press. Otherwise, again, I wouldn't be out here with all of you every day, and welcome the scrutiny, welcome the tough questioning. And as I said yesterday, of course, we will do everything we can to provide as many details as possible. But I think it's important, as people are trying to understand this, to note it is different having operators on the ground than an airstrike, where it's a different assessment after action.
Jobs report, both administration officials and outside experts expected a worse jobs report than we saw.
Yeah.
Do you have any sense of why those expectations were off, and what exactly that means for your future sort of policy with respect to the recovery and the economy?
Well, what is also true, as much as we had a very encouraging jobs report today, and as we look back to the revisions made as a part of the report this morning, the largest year of job creation ever in American history. Those are certainly things we are proud of, the president is proud of, and we attribute that in part to the actions he took to implement a number of important policies. It is also true, and this is one of the facts that we have been pointing out over the course of the last couple of days, that Omicron forced around 8 million people to take time off of work. And that was during a period of time where it was measured. So that is also true. So some of these people who were sick would not have been counted in these job numbers. And that was a fact we just wanted people to understand as we were leading up to the jobs report. It is also clear that it's very challenging to collect, analyze, adjust the data during this time of the pandemic. We are very grateful to the BLS team that does that, and it's just incredibly challenging during an ongoing pandemic. But we think they've continued to deliver timely information. They've obviously continued to provide updates on a monthly basis when their assessments change.
President Xi and Putin met on today, I guess, and released a pretty lengthy statement after that meeting. Moving a little bit further back from the meeting itself, how does the president view the relationship between China, Russia, Xi, and Putin through the lens of his broader foreign policy goals, agenda items, relationships?
Well, the president views it as we have our own relationship with China. Secretary Blinken spoke to China's Foreign Minister Wang and underscored just recently, last week, and underscored the global security and economic risk posed by further Russian aggression against Ukraine, and conveyed that de-escalation and diplomacy are the responsible way forward. We've also conveyed that a destabilizing conflict in Europe would impact China's interests all over the world, and certainly China should know that. So certainly we have our own relationship where we engage directly at a very high level, as you all know, but our focus right now is continuing to unite with allies and partners to respond decisively if Russia further invades Ukraine.
Are there any concerns about that relationship if it gets closer, if it becomes more intertwined in terms of U.S. posture and role in geopolitical spheres?
Well, again, what we have control over is our own relationships and the projection of our own values, and also looking for ways to work with countries even where we disagree, and that is part of diplomacy. I would note that because some of the reporting has accurately assessed or raised the question of what took place in these conversations. We don't have anything to update on that. I don't think you would expect, but the size and the scope of economic measures on the table that we're talking about as it relates to Russian aggression or the potential of invasion are unprecedented. It would pose massive consequences for the Kremlin, and the inputs to, and I think it's important for people to understand that the inputs to the major foundational technologies of the world still come from the West. And so there is an enormous amount of power we have as we work to continue to strengthen our diplomatic efforts with our partners around the world.
And just one more quick one, and obviously I'm not going to try and repeat what Matt did yesterday with Ned, because I know you've experienced at times in a past life. But
I do. I had many engagements with Matt Lee in my time.
The idea, though, and you've done this a couple times, in the British have to some degree as well, getting out in front. I think almost giving insight into intelligence that perhaps past administrations, including past Democratic administrations, would not have done.
Yeah.
Can you explain kind of the thinking in that strategically and why you guys have decided to get out in front on these types of things in this moment in time?
Sure. So over the past several months, we, but also a number of our allies, have developed a significant amount of credible intelligence about Russian efforts to use a false pretext to justify an invasion of Ukraine. And this evidence mirrors both public reporting and Russian accounts in past conflicts. And I would note a number of your outlets obviously have reporters on the ground, right, who are seeing for themselves what is happening. What is also true is that we've seen Russians' actions over the past few years. If you look just back at past precedent, it doesn't mean it's guaranteed to repeat, but it is important for people to understand contextually what they're capable of and what tactics they've used in the past. And sometimes you do see repetition of that. So a few years ago, for example, Russia's defense ministry falsely accused the United States of running a clandestine biological weapons lab in the country of Georgia, enabling Russia's efforts to destabilize the Georgian government. Russia also used to fabricate stories in Syria about how attacks on international aid convoys were undertaken by rebels or terrorists instead of the Assad regime to enable Russia's continued support for the Assad government. If you look back at 2016, the Russian media manufactured a false claim of sexual assault against a Russian immigrant named Lisa by German refugees in order to stoke hysteria against Syrian immigrants throughout Europe. And there's more. Russian state television aired a false report that claimed the Ukrainian army had crucified a 3-year-old Ukrainian boy. That is even more recently. So our objective is to deny Russia the opportunity to use these lies to justify an invasion of Ukraine. And to convey clearly, these are actions we're seeing that are straight out of their playbook. We've seen them run false flag operations in the past and use confusion to launch military action many times in history. Of course, we would prefer to make as much underlying information available as we can. And in fact, what we conveyed yesterday and was conveyed by my colleagues at the Defense Department, State Department, was the result of declassifying information. We can't there are limitations because of compromising intelligence sources and methods. But what we're trying to do is take steps to deny Russia the opportunity to use lies, to use past tactics to justify an invasion of Ukraine, essentially to avoid war.
Go ahead. Thanks, Jen. If Putin decides to make a move into Ukraine, how long does the U.S. believe that the Ukrainians could hold off a full Russian takeover?
Jackie, it's a great question. I would really point you to the Department of Defense to make any assessment if they can. And obviously some assessments they may not be in a position to make publicly.
They would not want to share publicly, or that they don't know?
Again, I'm just conveying that there are some assessments, and obviously you, as the Department of Defense, does a range of contingency planning. I'll let them speak for themselves on what they could lay out publicly for you.
And then we've known about the reality of this threat since October. Putin began amassing troops on the border in April. So why have we waited so long to send the kind of aid that we're sending now? Why haven't we sent, for instance, anti-aircraft weaponry? Because if Russia does an airstrike, wouldn't they be able to obliterate what we've sent to them so far?
Well, remember the president met with President Zelensky back in, I think it was September, but you can correct me if that's wrong. It was sometime early in the fall, and committed to a large aid package. That is something that we've been implementing and delivering since that point in time. So actually it's been continuous security assistance that we've been providing to the Ukrainians, an enormous package that we've been providing over the course of the last year. In terms of weapon systems, I had again pointed to the Department of Defense.
The feeling within the administration is that we have responded in a timely manner to Ukraine's concerns.
I think what's important for people to understand is that this has been continuous. It wasn't that we had never provided aid, whether it's humanitarian or security assistance, and all of a sudden we did recently. That has been a continuous process. We've provided hundreds of billions of dollars in aid, security assistance over the course of not just the last year, but long before that, and including a commitment the president made and was announced around President Zelensky's visit.
And then moving on to energy, I mean, gas prices are at a 7-year high here in the U.S., right after OPEC again snubbed requests to increase production. And then there's this energy crisis in Western Europe brewing. Is there any point where the president would consider opening up domestic production in order to mitigate some of this, the inflation, and assist our allies in Western Europe?
Well, there's a couple of important questions you raised there. Let me start by saying that as it relates to Europe and the shortage, and that is, or potential, I should say, it doesn't exist currently, or everybody's experiencing high gas prices, but I think you're asking as it relates to a potential invasion. That is something we've been very mindful of and in touch with our European partners and also suppliers about what can be done and how we can ensure or take steps to increase capacity out there to meet those needs should they raise. Some of them is natural gas, some of them is gas, as you know. So that is something we've been quite mindful of. I'd also note that the president has taken a number of steps in recent months to address the gas prices, including tapping the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, of course conveying clearly to OPEC member countries and suppliers that it's important to meet the demand on the market, and we'll continue to look at options that can be done to lower gas prices for the American people. In terms of whether or not there could be more oil drilling, I'd point you to the oil companies on what available places they have and if they're maximizing that. My understanding is they're not.
Is there any consideration for increasing, for instance, LNG export licenses?
I don't have anything to preview for you in terms of additional steps. I can just reiterate to you that the president raises and talks about the importance of taking every step we can to lower gas prices for the American people.
And then real quick on the Johns Hopkins study on the lockdowns. It was this meta-analysis that came out of several studies, lockdown during the first wave of COVID in spring of 2020. It found that it only reduced COVID mortality by 0.2% in the U.S. and in Europe, and suggested they have little to no public health benefit, but severe consequences for the economy. And it suggests that lockdowns shouldn't be a part of a future pandemic response. Is that the shared view of the administration looking in the rearview mirror?
Well, I would first, of course, point you to our health and medical experts for specifics on this specific scientific study. I would note that the president has been clear we're not pushing lockdowns. We've not been pro-lockdown. That has not been his agenda. Most of the lockdowns actually happened under the previous president. What our objective has been is to conveying that we have the tools we need to keep our country open, thanks to the president's leadership and focus on fighting the virus. And that's reflected in the fact that 98% of schools are open. Over 210 million Americans are fully vaccinated. We have the tools to avoid lockdowns, and we're not moving back, and that's our intention at this point.
So you guys do believe then that the lockdowns were more harmful than helpful?
Again, I would point you to our scientific experts on the specifics of a study, but the president's agenda, the president's approach has not been lockdowns. It has been using the tools we have to prevent that.
Good.
On the Supreme Court nomination, Senator Ben Ray Lujan's office is saying today he's going to be out for 4 to 6 weeks. I know you've obviously wished him well. Hopefully it's shorter than that, but sometimes these recoveries don't always go as planned. So is the White House thinking at all about timing, given the senator's potential absence? Is that affecting at all how the president is now thinking about this nomination versus how he would have been thinking about it a week ago?
No.
Okay. So everything is still on track for a pick by the end of February?
Yeah.
All right. And I know you've been asked before whether the president is considering Republican votes and whether he can get new Republicans on board. Is the response still the president's looking for the best candidate and not thinking about which votes that candidate can get?
Yeah, but I would say it's important to note that the president's commitment, above all else, is to nominate a qualified black woman, to serve on the Supreme Court with impeccable credentials. And he thinks anyone he chooses should have the kind of credentials and be so qualified that they should be considered by Democrats and Republicans.
And then just a couple things on COVID. We've hit the 900,000 death mark, or we're quickly going to approach it, depending on your tally. But is the president going to do anything to mark this for the grim milestone of 900,000 deaths?
We will have more on this soon, but I don't have anything to preview today.
Okay. Do you have any updates on the testing efforts, the shipping out of the free COVID tests? How many have there been shipped out now? Do you have an update on that? Are they still being shipped out every 7 to 12 days from the order?
So I don't have an update on numbers. It's changing constantly. I know we confirmed, I think it was last Friday, so I'm sure it's changed since then, that we had about 60 million orders, and we had sent out tens of millions of tests, and you've certainly seen on social media people receiving their tests, which is always good news. But I don't have an update on that. This program, of course, is just beginning to ramp up. We'd said at the beginning we wouldn't start sending tests until the end of January. We obviously did it ahead of time, but what we're really relying on right now is as soon as testing manufacturers deliver tests to the U.S. government, we will get them out to the American people. And the Postal Service is doing their job, packing and shipping efficiently, and I expect we'll have more updates in due time. Short time, I hope.
And just a real quick one on Russia. The Senate has left town without passing a sanctions bill. How important does the White House think it is to get the Senate to pass a Russian sanctions bill?
Well, we're in close touch with them, but it's not essential for us to implement sanctions, right? It's not required. And so we have prepared a devastating package of sanctions, economic sanctions, that would have an enormous impact on the Russian economy. It doesn't require congressional action, but we are, of course, working closely with them. Oh, okay. Sorry for it being so short today. I'll be around for a little bit if people have questions. Come on by. Thanks, everyone.
Jen, can you say anything about the Russian oil deal with China?
I don't think I have any additional comments about their meeting. I will see if there's more we can offer. I'm happy to do that for you.
Would that undermine any potential U.S. sanctions? Get back to you if there's more we can offer on that.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, thank you. You can please have a seat. I want to welcome everyone to this historic event here at the Ironworkers Hall. I want to thank Business Manager Aaron Best. I want to thank Ray Cleland and everyone here at Local 5. I almost said Local 7. Local 7's in Boston, but I'm sorry. But I want to thank you all, and thank you for hosting us today. As a proud member of Labor's Local 223 in Boston, it's always great to be back into a union hall. Today joining us is Secretary Jennifer Granholm. Secretary Granholm, thank you for being with us today. Deputy Defense Secretary Kathleen Hicks, thank you for being with us today. We have a couple members of Congress and also local elected officials. I want to thank you for being with us today. And of course, the President of the United States of America, President Biden, and Vice President Harris, thank you for being with us today. today they are proving once again that this is the most pro-labor, pro-worker administration in our nation's history. And in a few minutes, the President of the United States is going to sign an executive order. That order will make sure that big, federally funded construction projects are governed by project labor agreements. And I know from experience, PLAs guarantee great projects and good jobs. When I led the building trades in Boston, I had the honor of negotiating project labor agreements for 35,000 workers. And when I was mayor of Boston, I saw those project labor agreements bring opportunity, equity, and resiliency to our city. PLAs are powerful tools. They protect taxpayers' investments, bringing projects in on time and on budget. They guarantee high-quality results built by the most highly skilled workers in the country, union workers. And as we have proved in cities across America, we can use PLAs to expand access to good middle-class careers for women and workers of color. That means a more inclusive economy, and it's a top priority for me as Labor Secretary and for this entire administration. The bottom line, quite honestly, is between this executive order and the bipartisan infrastructure law, the President has provided us all with the opportunity to create millions of good-paying jobs, union jobs, and construction projects built with federal dollars. And this is a historic win for working people all across this country. Now, I have the honor, the incredible honor, of turning this podium over into a champion of working people all across this country. She is fighting every single day for the rights of workers to be able to join a union, to be paid what they deserve, and get the care and the health care and the family care that their families need. Sisters and brothers, please join me in welcoming the Vice President of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
Thank you. Have a seat. Thank you all. Thank you, Secretary Walsh. Thank you. It is always good. Oh. Have a seat. Thank you. It's always good to be in the House of Labor. I want to thank you all for the work you do every day that inspires us. And Secretary Walsh, thank you. You are a great partner in this effort and a great leader in our administration. So good afternoon, everyone. Before we get started, I just want to say a word about the jobs report that came out today. I think we all know that it really shows that Americans are getting back to work. And what we are seeing is that it is happening at a record-setting pace. As a result of the diligence and the determination of the American people and the policies of our administration, our nation's economic recovery continues to be, let there be no doubt, the strongest in the world. And again, I want to thank Marty Walsh for his introduction and the work you do every day. So it is good to be back also in Prince George's County. Senator Cardin, Senator Van Hollen, it's good to be back with you as always, my former colleagues, and of course to be here at Iron Workers Local 5 with all of you. And I know we're all waiting to hear in a moment from one of the greatest friends of union labor workers, President Joe Biden. So I just have a few comments to make. All of the workers gathered here know that our administration will always stand in solidarity with you and with organized labor. It comes from our heart, it comes from our soul. We are unequivocal and clear about the importance of that relationship, not only to us and our administration, but to our country and the working men and women of America. Because we know union workers built our nation. You know, I think about a place like San Francisco. Union workers built the Golden Gate Bridge. In Chicago, union workers built the Willis Tower. In St. Louis, union workers built the Gateway Arch. And in New York City, on hallowed ground, in the years after 9/11, workers from dozens of different unions built One World Trade Center. And so the point there being, when our nation needs something to be built right, and those things that, by the way, are recognized throughout the world as the epitome of carpentry, of building, of what we do in terms of the skills that those workers apply, we receive worldwide recognition. So when the United States needs something to be built right, we turn to union workers. And the reason for that is also clear. Union workers are committed workers, productive workers, efficient workers, skilled workers. They are well trained and well prepared to get the big jobs done and to do them right, not to mention on time and on budget. And over the past year, I have visited, as I have for many years in my career, union job sites and worker training centers across our nation. Last month, for example, I visited a training facility in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and there I spoke with job seekers, apprentices, union members, workers who spent hundreds of hours learning to remove and replace lead pipes and service lines in a city that is sadly replete with them. And the officials there, they told me, by the time these union workers finish their training, they are the best in the business. And so that's why, one of the reasons why we are here today. The President and I made a promise that our administration will do everything we can to build a better future for all, that we will build stronger communities, a more skilled and productive workforce, and a more prosperous nation. As he will soon outline, we take another important step forward today to fulfill that promise. And so now it is my honor to welcome Crenita Jordan, an apprentice here at Ironworkers Local 5, and a living example, a role model of what is possible when we invest in our workers. Thank you all.
Thank you, everybody. First, I want to say good evening, everybody. My name is Crenita Jordan, and I'm proud to be a fourth-year union apprentice at Local 5 Ironworkers. I'm a first-generation ironworker in my family. My mother is a nurse at the University of Maryland Capital Regional Medical Center here in Largo, Maryland. And my father is a union boiler maker. When I started construction, my employer didn't take me seriously because I was a young woman and stuck me in a truck all day. Luckily, an iron worker saw me looking miserable and recommended I apply to this apprenticeship. I did. And before I knew it, I was at the National Ironworker Pre-Apprenticeship Program for Women in California. Our labor and management partnership paid the travel, accommodations, food costs for all women across the country to help jumpstart our career in the trades. After 3 years of intensive training, I came home and started my apprenticeship in Local 5. Construction is a career that allows you to self-express. You don't have to hold back your personality. And I love the honest, respectful relationship I have with my crew. I also love the feeling of the achievements. I can walk to the new terminal at Ronald Reagan National Airport and say, I built it. I can point to the shimmering glass windows at DC Wharf and say, I put those in. Private sector developers and contractors use project labor agreements because they want their projects built right by skilled workers and apprentices just like me. That's the goal of the executive order that the president will sign here today, to make sure the federal construction projects are completed safely, on time, and under budget. I know companies like Google, Microsoft, Toyota, and others use PLAs for their construction projects, and now the federal government would do the same. Project labor agreement also have a great record for diversity, helping bring in people like me who've been historically pushed out from the construction industry. This order will help our countries build back better with opportunities for all Americans of every race and gender. I can't wait to graduate from my apprenticeship this summer and to get to work on the big projects covered by this executive order. But first, it's my honor to introduce the man who's going to sign it. He's a lifelong friend of workers like me who believe our best days are still ahead of us. He signed a bipartisan infrastructure law to help to make this happen. He wants to see women and minorities working on the front lines of these projects and not stuck in the action of not stuck watching the actions from inside the truck. With that, it's my privilege to introduce you President Joe Biden.
That's progress. You know, folks, thank you. Thank you. Before I begin my somewhat formal remarks, walking in here today and seeing you guys sitting on that beam, first local ever to endorse me was a guy named Tommy Schrank in Ellesmere, Delaware, local ironworkers, and asked me to come out to a site. It took me up on an elevator outside, and there's 4 of them crazy sons of guns like y'all sitting having their lunch on a beam, I guess about 12 stories above the ground. You're nuts. Thank God you are. I tell you what, you gotta not only have some brains, but you gotta be coordinated to be an iron worker, man. And I was told that they said, you know, they've done a cutout of number 46, the presidency. I'm the 46th president. And I'm thinking, well, maybe I can take it home. That's solid steel, man. And you guys did that on your time. Well, thank you very much. I'm not going to try to take it home. Well, look, folks, it really is, it's an honor to be here, for real. And I want to thank your soon-to-be new, full-blown, full-bore iron worker. Marty's already trying to get her to Boston, but that's another thing I got to warn you about. But, folks, look, it's an honor to be here with Vice President Harris and with Labor Secretary Marty Walsh, a proud member and former president of Labor's local union 223 up in Boston, and our Secretary of Energy, Jennifer Granholm. Got a few things we're going to build, and I want to thank the Maryland delegation, Ben Cardin, who's been a friend for a long time, and Chris Van Hollen, who's a really close friend, and outstanding Congressman Anthony Brown, and other elected officials that are here. Look, all of whom fight for working people in Maryland and every other state, because if it happens here, it happens around the world, it happens around the country. It's been an honor to be with the iron workers of Local 5, and we talk about building a future that's made in America. We're talking about you. And this time we're going to get it really correct. You know, one of the press persons said to me, and I can't remember who, about 3 months ago, that I don't know if it's factual or not, but he said, you've used the word union as president more than any other president in American history. Well, let me tell you. I'm not sure that's true, but I tell you what, I promised you you'd have a union president, and I am, because you're the best. Now, we talk about whether, you know, Wall Street built America. They're good folks in Wall Street. They're not bad folks. They're good people all over the country. I'll tell you who built America, the middle class. And the people who built the middle class are organized labor, unions. Unions did it. That's not hyperbole. That's a fact. That's a straight fact. And the executive order I'm going to sign today is going to help ensure that we build a better America, we build it right, and we build it on time, and we build it cheaper than it would have been otherwise. You know, the executive order is making sure that federal construction projects get completed on time and under budget, saving taxpayers money, clearing construction zones quickly, and ensuring that everything the federal government signs to contract to build is built to last. You guys really genuinely are the best in the world. That's not hyperbole. It's a fact. To do that, we're using a tool that iron workers here know very well, called project labor agreements. I know you all know it, but folks who may be watching this may not fully understand it. Simply put, these agreements that contractors, subcontractors, and unions put in place before a construction site gets underway, before the construction begins. They ensure that major projects are handled by well-trained, well-prepared, highly skilled workers. And they ward off problems. They resolve disputes ahead of time, ensuring safer work sites, avoiding disruptions and work stoppages that can cause expensive delays down the line. And that makes a big difference for the American taxpayer, because when big construction projects are completed efficiently and with the highest degree of professionalism, it's good for the American taxpayer. That's not hyperbole, that's a fact. We don't talk about it, though. We don't talk about how y'all save the American taxpayers money. It's good for families who live in those communities all across the country, where federal construction projects are being built as I speak. And it means that modernization of your local waterways will get done sooner, won't cost twice as much as expected. And when the next storm comes, the power will more likely stay on and homes and business will be better protected from flooding. It means new air traffic control towers at the local airports will be up and running more quickly. So flights are safer at the airports and more efficient. It means new housing will be built on our military bases. Will be of the highest quality, which these service members deserve. And will hold up better and make life easier for our military families. The executive order I'm going to sign will help diffuse problems before they arise. They're going to improve coordination between contractors, subcontractors, and workers on the job site. It's going to help guarantee a consistent supply of high-quality, highly trained workers. You know, what people don't understand if don't know the industry is, you know, it's like you going to college, kid, 4 years. 4 years of busting your neck learning a trade. This isn't something you walk up and show up in a day and you raise your hand, I need a job. You work like the devil for it. Fortunately, you get paid while you're doing it. You're able to do it. But it is an education, full-blown education you're getting in your trade. Well, you have a voice on the work site, full commitment to getting the job done. And it's going to raise the bar on quality for some of those vital projects we're going to be building. And we're going to make sure that federal construction projects are staffed with good-paying union jobs. One of you actually came up to me today and said, Joe, you said you're going to do that, and you're doing it. Well, when President Obama asked me to run the Recovery Act, I made sure every single job I could get was a union job, prevailing wage. Because I've noticed when folks are getting paid a decent wage, everybody in the community does better. Everything looks better. They're jobs you can raise a family on. Or as my dad would say, they're jobs you can put your head in the pillow at night and just have a little breathing room. A little security, a little breathing room. Jobs that can't be outsourced. That's good for nearly 200,000 workers on federal construction contracts right now. It's good for everybody. I don't want to get going because I have to keep you here too long because you know all what I've said, and you know what I've done, and you know what we're doing, and I know what you're doing. But let me close with this. A week ago, I went to Pittsburgh to tour a former steel mill. It's now a cutting-edge manufacturing research and development hub. Right before I left for the trip, I got word that a bridge collapsed. You saw it on television. It looked as bad in person as it did at the time. The bridge had been rated in poor condition, like I might add over 3,000 bridges in Pennsylvania, 45,000 across the nation. It's been rated that way for the last 10 years. When I got there, folks told me something close to a miracle had occurred. Because of a snowstorm that morning, school openings were late and commutes were delayed. So when that bridge collapsed, and it was well over 100 feet off the almost, I don't know the exact, but probably from down to the creek where it went over and the ravine, probably a couple hundred feet. When it collapsed, instead of a bus with a couple people on it being packed with school buses full of children, the people on their way to work and the bridge that is one of the busiest bridges. You know, there are more bridges in Pittsburgh than any other city in the world, with the three rivers. The bridge was empty, relatively empty. Fortunately, no one was killed. But for a snowstorm, just imagine the challenges we face and the opportunities to build a better America and extend far beyond roads and bridges now that we can know we have to do. We passed that infrastructure bill. But it's not just that. Across the country right now, there are countless buildings, ports, airports, power stations, and other federal construction projects that need to be modernized. and built for the future. We can't count on miracles like happened out in Pittsburgh, prevent tragedies that are waiting in plain sight. But we can count on what America's always counted on, the American worker, the hardest working, best trained workers in the world. American workers who've given just half a chance have never, ever, 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 ever let their country down and gotten the job done. And that's what this day is all about, in my view. Getting the job done for the American taxpayers. Getting the job done right the first time. You know, folks, there's a law that's existed for a long time, but there's too many exceptions like this one had. And that is that Buy America. As President of the United States, I award contracts. And I'm now making the case, and we're working, it's one of the reasons those jobs are up, is unless the product I'm purchasing for the American people was made in America and all of its component parts were made in America, we ain't buying it. We're just simply not buying it. And what's going to happen here, not a joke, it's a fact, it's not a violation of any international laws either. What we're talking about here, with three exceptions I won't bore you with, and they're highly unusual. With three exceptions, every single project that we're talking about is paid for with federal dollars and it's a federal project. It's going to be union jobs, every single one of them. Last time we tried it, there were so many exceptions, I think only 19, 20 jobs. There are going to be thousands of people put to work. Not a joke. I mean, this is serious. And guess what? The American public is going to be safer. And it's going to be cheaper. Cheaper paying the right wage and the right trained people to begin with. Get the job done right and on time. So I'm about to walk over and sign an executive order that's going to make that happen. And we're going to start once that order is signed. Just remember,